This evening I was cruising numerous streaming platforms to take a peek at what interesting, riveting, scary films they had available for me to put my peepers on to celebrate this Halloween, and I was checking them all. Lord help us, I'm ashamed to admit it, but I even checked Peacock. I know even just hearing that name is enough to send shivers down your spine. That'll give you the heebie-jeebies in and of itself. In my defense, I don't have that subscription on purpose. I just have forgotten to cancel it many, many times. I got it a long time ago to watch the Halo TV series, and what a tragic sin that was. Holy Toledo. A catastrophic television series so bad that it's completely contaminated that entire platform for me. Anyway, though, point is, I even checked Peacock. Of course, I found nothing. You're more likely to find a gold nugget in your fucking toilet after taking a shit than you are to find something worth watching on Peacock. But I was cruising all these streaming platforms, and eventually I went to Paramount, which another platform I never really go to. But there was a new film that was plastered on there that caught my eye. It came out like 2 weeks ago. It's called Vicious, and it stars Dakota Fanning, who I think is a very talented actress, but has been on a real cold streak here with the projects she's choosing, like The Watchers from a year or two ago, which was some horror slop, the likes of which still stains my eyes. But this new one that she's starring in really caught my eye because the premise had me hooked. It has a lot going for it. It was fucking Opposite Day. It's about as generic as it gets. It's about a haunted box. And I just looked it up on a whim to see what people were saying about it. No one was saying anything about it. Complete crickets. When I was trying to look up any information or any discussion on it, it was like locking myself in a sensory deprivation tank. It seems like nobody's heard of this movie before. I found like 3 reviews on YouTube, and 2 of the 5 videos covering this were AI giving you a synopsis of what happens in the film. And then there's like one Reddit thread of people talking about it. And overall, the reception from the few that have seen it is pretty negative. Most people kind of hate it. There's a couple positive reviews sprinkled in there with people having their pinky out saying, you just didn't understand it. But outside of those fringe outliers, it's mainly negative, which is my cup of tea. This is exactly what I was looking for here. So I watched Vicious, and I feel like it's my duty to give you a review on this movie that you've never heard of and were never going to see. So as advertised, this film is indeed about a haunted box. No tomfoolery there. An old lady randomly knocks on Dakota Fanning's door one night after Dakota Fanning was talking to her mother and stressing out about an upcoming interview, and things just haven't really been going her way. Then all of a sudden, this random lady's acting all weird and sketchy, and she invites her in because it seems like she needs help. And while the lady's sitting there, she sets a box down and says, This is yours now. You're going to die." And then she leaves. And then the box, it starts talking to her. She learns that she needs to give something she hates, something she loves, and something she needs to this box. And maybe that'll prevent her from dying. There's an hourglass ticking down, and as the sand is pouring, the clock is running. So that's basically the entire movie. From that point, it is now her trying to figure out, well, what do I hate, what do I love, and what do I need? What do I have to sacrifice to this box to survive? And the whole time the box is calling her on her phone and making her see a bunch of horrifying mirages, basically. It's like a genjutsu she gets trapped in because of this box. And there's this entity, I guess, that is possessing the form of her mother that's jump scaring her. And also just 1,000 jump scares, really. This movie is almost entirely jump scares. I'm actually kind of impressed that they didn't even try to build tension. They just tried to scare you with loud noises. And I feel like it's because they wanted to make sure you were still awake. Because without the jump scares, there is nothing happening. And even with them, there is nothing happening in this movie. It really feels like you, the viewer, are trapped in a genjutsu with Dakota Fanning here. Because nothing progresses, nothing moves forward, and every time it seems like she's going to do something or accomplish something, turns out it was all make-believe, it was all an illusion. So, it's just actually a movie of nothing happening besides loud noises and, blood sometimes. So, I think Dakota Fanning did her damnedest to carry this. She actually is acting her ass off in this film, but it is futile because the writing is so weak. And there is just so little to appreciate about what's happening on screen. But there's a couple of moments in here I thought were kind of cool. So, when she initially gets this box, she starts panicking. She wants to call the police. She also wants to talk to her mother, whom she was talking to before the lady arrived. And as she's talking to her mom starts sounding a little weird, saying some weird things. And it turns out that's not her mom. It's the demon of the box or something, I guess. We never really fully know. But it can imitate the ones that she loves, make her believe that the ones that she loves are dead or dying or in pain. So like one of the scenes that I thought was actually pretty good, she's randomly knocking on neighbors' doors begging for help, and one of her neighbors opens. She goes inside, and that neighbor's on the phone. And then while talking on the phone to her husband, she then gets a call from the demon that now takes control of her, and in front of Dakota Fanning, she starts like stabbing her face with a knife and then stabbing her neck and then blaming Dakota Fanning for it. You may notice I keep calling her Dakota Fanning. It's because I genuinely cannot remember her name. Polly. Never mind. I scraped the back of my mind there, found it. Her name is Polly. So her neighbor is now stabbing herself with a knife because the entity is controlling her. And then she even gives like an "Are you not entertained?" as she's like bleeding out kind of thing, and laughing at Polly, blaming her for it. And like I said, like that's like it was kind of creative. There are a couple of moments like that where it's like, oh, that could have been interesting in pretty much any other context besides what it's being used for in this movie. There's not a whole lot to really dive into here with the spaghetti and meatballs of the film. Like I said, Polly is going through like a rough patch in life where she's, not finding love. She feels pretty numb. She hasn't accomplished a whole lot. Now this box gets there. And the old woman does also kind of say that the box kind of chooses you. It looks for broken people, which Polly is. But she does have a niece who she really loves. And you immediately start to pick up that this box is wanting her to sacrifice like parts of herself and parts of people that she loves, kind of wanting to turn her into a killer. Like, how far will she go for self-preservation? It fools her into cutting off her pinky toe under the ruse that it's something she needs, thus one of the 3 requirements to get rid of the curse of the box. But it turns out it wasn't the pinky toe, it actually wanted the pointer finger, as revealed by her mirror image in the reflection. But the reflection shows her that she's missing a finger, so she connects the dots that it actually wanted a finger, and it played a trick on her, so then it laughs at her, and then she puts her finger in there, and then it calms everything down. Thus, the requirement is fulfilled, except not really, kinda. She keeps getting all these calls, and they're telling her exactly what to do, and for some reason, she still believes them, even after they knowingly fucking mislead her multiple times. She still just keeps kind of following through with what they're doing, with like the hints that they're dropping. After finally doing all 3 of the tasks, hitting the hokey pokey, she sees that the sand is still falling. She's still running out of time, so she desperately tries to figure out, well, what else is left? And then she remembers, well, the old lady knocked on her door and gave her the box, so she assumes that that's what she needs to do next to finally free herself from this agony. So she knocks on doors, and then eventually another woman answers. Her name is Tara, and she passes the box on to Tara the same way that woman did previously. Then, well, the old woman pays her a visit, and she's like even more fucked up than the last time we saw her, and she reveals that you're never fully done with the box, and the box wants her to kill Polly. Polly fights back against this older woman, killing the older woman, and she reveals that the box needs fear. So don't be afraid of dying. So, in that moment, Polly stops being afraid of dying. The sand runs out. She wakes up. Everything's normal. Everyone's alive. Even the neighbor that stabbed herself in front of her, turns out that all wasn't real either. She then goes over to the woman's house that she dropped the box off at, but Tara doesn't recognize her, so that must not have been real either, huh? Well, the big surprise ending is that was real. She did have the box. And written on the wall says, tell no one, don't listen to her, she lies. She was going to tell Tara that the only way to win is not to play. A lesson the old War Games movie taught us. And we see that Tara has already killed her parents, and then the box asks her to drop something that she wants into it. So she gets different things here in this box. So that's kind of like the whole plot of the movie in a nutshell. Like I said, it is basically only jump scares from start to finish and nothing else. There's no real substance to this film. It's just one jump scare to the next, one bloody scene of her cutting a finger off to the next, and that's it. I've seen a lot of people say the movie makes no sense, but I actually have to disagree with that. I think it does make sense. Like, I get what the movie's trying to convey to the audience. It's just not very good at it. I think it is far simpler than people think. It's about the mental health struggle of these broken people that are getting this box, and how, like, this self-sabotage is this cycle, and that the only way to get through it is to not give in to those kind of things. Those, you know, in this film, they portray it through the phone call. Well, at the end of the film, when she's finally free from all this, she's getting a call. You are under the impression it's going to be the demon box again, and you're thinking she's going to answer it, and it's going to end right there with a very sour ending, but she doesn't answer it, because she's no longer afraid of these things. She is now more content and ready to move forward with her life with a different outlook on everything, and now she's fully free from this box, and the box obviously knows that that's how you win, so it's trying to tell Tara, no, you have to keep doing these things, you have to stay locked in this cycle. So I think the message is pretty clear with the movie, unless I'm totally misinterpreting it. Like I said, this movie's extremely dull. Maybe I cooked up my own fan fiction here and are seeing things that aren't actually in the film, I don't know. But I'm pretty sure that's what it wants to say. It's just not very good at saying it, and it's not very entertaining regardless. But yeah, I don't think the movie's shitty because it doesn't make sense. It's shitty because it's all very just one tone, and that tone is, flat. It is very flat. It is like the most cliche horror movie formula here of just giving you haunted box, which is just a convenient tool to show you jump scare, jump scare, jump scare, jump scare, jump scare, jump scare, and that's it. There's nothing else to it. It's just like genuinely a waste of time. Like, it's not so bad that I can sit here and shoot spitballs and yap about it for like 30, 40 minutes like I could a masterpiece like Moonfall. It's just like really a waste of time. I can see why this didn't go to theaters. Apparently, from what I was reading, this was slated to go to theaters because this isn't the cheapest horror movie ever made. Like, there was some real elbow grease put into this. And instead of going to theaters, I guess they didn't really believe in it, so they just immediately straight to streaming on Paramount. So it doesn't even feel like they had faith in it, and it's pretty clear why. There's just no reason to have even made this movie in the first place. It's just, it doesn't try and do anything interesting. It's just very content being a very standard, throwaway, forgettable horror movie that I know everyone who sees it has probably already forgotten that they watched it. It's just, I don't know, not very good, but it's not like the worst horror movie I've seen. It's definitely not even the worst horror movie I've seen this year. It's just another generic, forgettable one. So yeah, I know not a single soul on the planet was chomping at their nails waiting for someone to review Vicious, but when you needed it least, I came and delivered. A Vicious review, baby, so now you know. I don't really think it's worth watching. It's just not very good. But there's definitely worse movies to watch, so if you really just need something to put on, this exists. It is something that is able to be put on the television screen. Just don't really know why you'd want to do that. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah, I look like I'm being exposed to dangerous sunbeam radiation. Look like I'm turning into Adam Warlock. I don't know what's going on with the light. I haven't been able to fix it, so I think we're going to probably just have to deal with it, but I'll give it one more try. Oh. Also, no. Maybe? Any better? I'm glistening. Nope. That still didn't fix it. I look like I'm suffering from jaundice now. Well, out of my hands. Anyway, big thing going on right now. There is a burger mogging battle. Finally fixed the lighting. It was bothering me too much. It all started with the McDonald's CEO embarrassing himself, where he posted that video, which was supposed to serve as a marketing component to the big arch burger that was being released, where he was talking about how excited he was to eat it for lunch, and then when he goes in to take a bite, he actually takes like maybe a couple of morsels of the sandwich into his gullet. It genuinely looked as though he was afraid of the goddamn thing.
I love this product. It is so good. I'm going to do a tasting right now, but I'm going to eat this for my lunch, just so you know. So here we go. First, holy cow. I don't even know how to attack it. Got so much to it. Oh, there's also some crispy onions on here as well. I see those kind of coming out. All right, the moment of truth. That is so good. That's a big bite for a big arch.
I swear to God, if I threw the big arch burger on the floor, I bet a Roomba would probably show more excitement sucking it up as opposed to the fucking CEO of the company that produced it. He struggles to even call it food, he just refers to it as product. Naturally, everyone was making fun of this, clowning on him, because it does feel like, you know, he was held hostage by terrorists and forced to eat the big arch burger here. It doesn't seem genuine enough or authentic, and it's actually incomprehensible that they not only filmed this, but then watched it back and said, yep, that looks good. Our CEO really looks enthusiastic about this product. Send that bitch out. Let's go. It's going to get everyone hype about it. However, it did actually work as a marketing campaign because it got everyone talking about the fucking Big Arch Burger. Granted, as a punchline and jokes, but it did get the word out, and it even started a trend. It started the burger mogging battle, where other fast food CEOs have been scrambling to one-up here and use it as their own marketing tool to showcase that they actually really like their product. Burger King was the first to hop aboard this train.
Not bad, right?
Only one thing missing. A napkin.
Burger King CEO really did kind of come in here from the top turnbuckle and Gangnam Style on the McDonald's CEO. This one feels a lot more candid. It's not set up in like a fucking studio-like setting with lighting and like a whole ensemble faking that it's your lunch and then being really reluctant and frightened to even bite your burger. The Burger King CEO just comes in here and bussy maxes. He's like, oh, fucking new Whopper? Can't wait. Oh. And it does come across more authentic. Granted, it is still staged. He just happens to be doing a better job at appearing human and appearing as though he actually wanted to consume the product. And I gotta tell you, his acting here is pretty impressive. It is not an easy role to play. A Burger King fan. That is tough. I think even like the highest paid A-list celebrity actors would struggle to fake enthusiasm for a Burger King burger to this level. Because it's damn near impossible. It's fucking Burger King at the end of the day. Now, all cards on the table. Yesterday, we did post that video trying the Big Arch Burger versus the new Whopper. I do think the new Whopper is better. I think it is a better burger. And you know what? If Burger King does keep trending in that direction of actually trying to make improvements, all power to them. I have been probably like the biggest Burger King Scrooge imaginable. I find extra time in the day to shoot spitballs at Burger King because I think they serve up straight sludge, radioactive gruel. But if they are willing to make changes to the Whopper, for example, to make it better, which I do think they did, that's great, and hopefully they keep going in that direction. And as far as the burger mogging battle goes, I think Burger King definitely slapped McDonald's, but that's not where this clash of the titans ends, because then the Wendy's CEO wanted to hop aboard.
These fresh, never frozen beef, our Applewood smoked bacon, our brand new bun, our square burger cooked on a flat grill, amazing, absolutely wonderful. That's a burger. This is exactly the way a great hamburger should be. You got to top it off with the fries and Frosty. Excellent.
Now that is straight business right there. He is kind of flexing the ball knowledge on Wendy's here. Unlike the McDonald's CEO who struggled to like even explain what's on the Big Arch Burger, it looked like he was confused, like, oh, there's crispy onions in there? Of course, pickles. Right? Naturally. There's also some meat in there, or meat substitute, whatever fucking using. Like, it seemed like he had no fucking clue what was even in his hands. He didn't even register it as food. He just kept calling it product. Whereas the Wendy's CEO immediately just starts dropping the lore on the burger. And it seems like he scarfs it down. I will say, though, there are cuts. So maybe he started spitting into a trash can or something. We don't know. I don't imagine that's the case, but I gotta tell you, one continuous shot would have done wonders here. It's already set up like ASMR in the first place. Just let that shit ride. Just let it all hang out. And I do think it was a nice cherry on top that he did do the classic fries into the frosty tactic. That is a Wendy's classic. That is iconic. So that was cute of him to slide that in. I think of the three, his is probably the most well rehearsed, but I still do think the Burger King CEO's piece just feels more natural, where it just actually looked like he wandered in the kitchen, was like, let me try this shit. Let me see what this is all about. I like it. His is much more like calculated business. And there's nothing wrong with that. I think it's still good and significantly better than McDonald's. And then we get a really wacky entry in here. The A&W CEO threw his hat into the ring here. Full disclosure, I don't think I've ever eaten at an A&W. We don't have any here, or rather, I don't know if we do. Because I don't know a single human being in my life that has ever said, let's get A&W. I want some A&W right now. Can we place an order? And I've never driven by one or anything either, or at least I didn't register if I did. So I don't know fucking anything about this chain.
Alan from A&W here with, you heard about it, here it is, the Teen Burger. We love this burger product, which most people call a burger.
I want to interrupt real quick here and just briefly pause, just to make a mention that name needs a little workshopping. The Teen Burger. I decided to go to their menu to see like what naming scheme would lead them to think that that's a good idea. And it looks like they named their burgers like Papa, Mama, Grandpa, Double Buddy Burger, and then there's a Baby Burger, and then a Teen Burger. Kind of a peculiar naming scheme for the burgers. I would say probably worth maybe hopping back in the think tank and brainstorming a bit on some different names. Teen Burger and Teen Sauce in particular are just fucking weird.
I'm going to do a tasting right now, but this is actually my lunch. So let's see what we got going on here. Look at that. It has a unique bread that some people would call a bun, but really the star is what's inside. I mean, we've got the lettuce, which is green, and pickles, which make it taste pickly, and the teen sauce, the iconic teen sauce. So this thing is packed. I'm sorry, that was a little, I don't even know how to attack it. I guess with my mouth. Here we go. Moment of truth. Oh, that's good. It's really good. It's got a little bit of bacon. That is a big bite of a teen burger. And Chris, I invite you to join me for lunch. Just you, me, and a couple of teen burgers. See you at lunch, Chris. See you at A&W.
The CEO gives me the same energy as the dancing old guy in the Six Flag commercials from back in the day. He feels like, he's being quirky, kind of bringing like, substitute teacher vibes to the function here. And that's not a bad thing. I also appreciate that his is a lot more like directly confrontational with the McDonald's CEO. Like he's actually starting some fucking beef here and he's not looking to squash it. And so now he's inviting him to share in some teen burgers together, which again, like even just saying that just sounds weird. I just think they need to change the name around. And especially when he says like iconic teen sauce and then starts like raising his eyebrows. It's just, that name needs work. Hop back in the lab. Overall though, his video with A&W's burger there was a lot more like comedic in nature, like poking fun directly at McDonald's CEO's video, which I thought was a good approach. I thought it came across well. I also would say there was a cut when he bit into the burger. I think these would hit harder if there were no cuts like that, because again, could have been swapped out for a stunt double. Maybe he swapped it out for a fucking Five Guys burger for that bite, where like he took a bite of the A&W one, put it on the floor, and then took a bite of a Five Guys burger in order to fill his cheeks. We don't know because there was a cut. Again, I think that's very unlikely. That's just conspiratorial for no reason. I just think that it would have served them better to just let those kind of shots ride where they're actually eating it and supposedly enjoying it. Anyway, though, I just wanted to kind of give you a debriefing here on everything going on with the burger mogging battle between fast food CEOs that's erupting. That's about it. See ya. I can't even turn the lights on for this intro here. Many of you know I've been on this quest of trying to prove the paranormal exists while not being a believer in it, even slightly myself. I've gone on 5 ghost hunts prior to the one I'm about to talk about, and nothing's happened. It's been a bunch of fiddlesticks up until this point. But the one we just went on at the Tampa Theater, I don't even know how to describe it. It transcends what I thought possible, and I've been racking my brain trying to come up with rational explanations for what we experienced, but just nothing is coming to mind. So I want to share some of the scariest moments with all of you here, but if you want to watch the full thing, it's over on the other channel. I'll put a link to it in the description. I highly recommend you check it out because this is a perplexing mystery, and for the first time, it's shaken my belief in what I thought I knew about our world and what's possible. I think there's a good chance that our investigation will be cited in numerous paranormal studies for decades to come. I think what you'll see. This was a mistake. I didn't believe it till today, but it's right behind me. How's it going? I had to get the fuck out. That was.
I'm not light as a feather right now. I'm not moving.
But there's something going on here. There's something fishy.
You guys ever wonder why darkness scares us?
Hello. Can we speak with you today?
Bloody Mary! Bloody Mary! Bloody Mary!
Good evening, and welcome back to the other channel. In this week's terrifying episode, we stepped back into the historic and haunted parts of Tampa's past. Since our time in Plant Hall a year ago, we had hopes to someday get to explore one of the oldest and most haunted locations in Tampa's heart. Today is that day. The historic Tampa Theater was built in 1925 and opened to the public in 1926. Throughout its almost 100 years of operation, it has become a hub for spirits and wandering souls to take up shop and watch the shows it's put on for almost a century.
Hey, it's the Tampa Theater, and we're at the Tampa Theater hunting some ghosts. Yeah, we're back. I don't believe in those bitches. And I'm here to prove that I'm wrong for not believing in them.
Yep, we want to find the ghosts. So this time we did something we've never done before. Research.
Yep, that's
We
right.
talked to experts in the field. We got new tools, new mindsets. That was the big thing. Everybody said it. You got to be positive. We're here respectfully, not to be assholes to the ghosts
And
this time.
I started that hostily. I didn't. Matt hasn't shared his research with us. I didn't know.
Let me tell you, I don't want to spoil too much. The first ghost is over there. We haven't crossed the barrier.
That's right.
They haven't heard anything.
Oh, you're right.
We're good.
The Dark Souls fog behind me.
Yeah, the fog walls.
Boys, let's find some ghosts.
Yeah. All right,
Let's
ghost
bring it
hunting
in.
time.
Bring it in.
All right,
Ghosts.
What we always say: 1, 2, 3.
Get him!
Is there anyone here with us? Oh, worth noting, this is the original tile. He died right where Danny's sitting and apparently in a pool of blood. So, that may mean something.
Say,
Hello, Robert.
that would be mean. That's the most I've ever gotten from a spirit
Well,
box.
because you got his name.
Sorry.
And also, that is the new upgraded spirit box.
Yeah, this is the Sam and Colby recommended spirit box, so if it doesn't work,
Entering.
you know who to blame. Ronald, if you are here, please.
Robert.
Sorry, that's a
I
garbage
can
can.
tell from the vibration of Charlie's voice, he's not being respectful.
I'm trying to.
I'm not going to be the first one to go in there.
That is actually a very disturbing painting.
Let's do my lady's bathroom. Ridiculous.
I'm not afraid.
Well, this is not the ladies' bathroom. This is the ladies' smoking room.
Yeah, that's
Oh, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
I will
That
tell
seems
you,
pretty cold.
and I'll spoil this, I'm not a believer.
Yeah.
Tonight I'm a believer.
And that's-
I'm not normally. So normally I would never say anything about this. When I walked up to place that cat ball by myself up here, I got goosebumps.
That's good.
Normal me would go, I got goosebumps. Tonight Matt got goosebumps.
Oh,
And she was
here.
What? She was doing that.
I was
She picked me up with her mom powers and shook me like a dog.
The believing is immediately gone.
I'm sorry. With the above ground levels primed for spiritual encounters, the basement was where the most haunted room in the theater could be found. The dressing room. Though there isn't a name associated with this entity, many have referred to it as a trickster ghost, or a spirit not in need of closure to move on, but instead a malicious presence that only wishes to torment and erode the sanity of those who goad it. Little did we know that a prime vessel for this trickster may have been walking among us.
Alright, let's leave Charlie to his hunting.
Yeah, just lock me in here for a little bit.
Bye, Charles. No spirit box?
Nah, I'm good. Where are you guys gonna be? Actually, don't even tell me. That'll be part of the scare. Yeah.
We might leave.
Yeah, well, that'd be fucked up, but yeah.
That was a little bit of fear I heard.
That'd just be mean. That was a little bit of a... That'd be mean. I have no idea where the light switch is here. So, yeah, if there's something here, feel free to touch the cat ball. Oh, you can't really see the cat ball on camera. Well, I guess I could move the camera if you wanted. I started taking creatine again. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm back on creatine. You know it's the most studied supplement? Can you believe that shit? It's good stuff, though. It is some good stuff.
Meanwhile, the boys went to the top balcony seats to try and catch a glimpse of our next apparition, Fink Finley. Fink Finley was a projectionist at the theater and was known for his dedication to his job, sometimes being considered by some to live at the theater. His iconic smell of coffee and lilac aftershave can still be smelled occasionally near the door to the projector room, signaling that Fink is still watching over the theater all these years later.
No coffee?
I don't smell anything.
I don't smell it either. I don't have anything.
Do you smell coffee?
I did. I don't now. What's that?
Can someone get this to be us?
Alright, wait, just to show the cat ball is working. There we go.
Oh, shit.
You alright? Did Fink throw something at you?
Yeah, he did. What is this? It's a... That's not ours.
Why would he leave that here?
He is hunting ghosts.
Sweet.
I can feel you opening up to us, Fink. Oh, yes.
I think we should just send Charlie into buildings with a camera and just forget about it for a while, see what happens.
You'll have me doing all kinds of impressions.
Fink.
Donald. Donald, put it down, Donald. Maybe he likes Mickey Mouse. I've been working on that one.
Charlie's lost the plot.
Donald.
We decided, as our last excursion for the night, we would try to invoke the spirit who was giving us the most trouble throughout our investigation, the trickster. You may have noticed throughout the night that Charlie has been talking into the camera. We believe, after watching the footage back, that the trickster ghost inhabited his vessel and was teasing us from beneath Charlie's flesh.
Guide us. Speak through me.
The video's gonna be fucking haunting just because Charlie's voice.
Oh,
My laugh sped it up, I'm sorry.
Where are you taking us?
it's trying to tail us the year and
Guide us through the ether.
It's going to the 3.
Is it really?
I have no I can't see it. I'm just saying shit, really.
With the trickster teasing us still through Charlie but giving us nothing to go off of, we switch back to the Estes method. Until suddenly...
This hot tub for all of us.
I'm here.
Oh,
That was real.
Shut up. Hey, trickster.
Hey.
What is your name? What is your name?
Speak up.
Workers' compensation.
Jesus Christ. Clark, if you appear in this mirror right now, I'll actually shit my fucking pants.
What is it? You have to say it in 3?
This won't go away.
That's actually the horrifying Clark. So.
Hey Clark, touch the antenna here in 3 seconds. 1, 2,
The
3.
consequences.
There's no consequence.
There's no consequences. You won't get in trouble.
It'll just make a funny beep.
Yeah.
Really.
Here, Trace, want to show him what it does? So
Yeah,
that he's
look.
not afraid. That's all it's gonna do. All you gotta do is touch it.
It's that easy. I didn't even touch it.
Debut.
Yep, this is your first, this is your big outing.
Just put the makeup on.
You did
Hard
tell us your
launch,
name.
am I right?
Clark.
Here I come.
Yeah,
Oh.
you got it, Clark.
Touch it. If he touches it right now, I'll believe.
It's been.
Hola.
Fucking shot.
Having given up on the dressing room, we decide to stop by our rally point and collect our findings for the night, when suddenly, we can only guess that the trickster leaves Charlie's body in what can only be described as a moment of pure adrenaline and agony.
They say imitation is the greatest form of flattery, but I disagree. I think the greatest form of flattery is this. That's that Donnie from Wild Thornberrys type riz. But when does imitation go too far? When is it no longer an homage, but instead tiptoes over the line into plagiarism? That's what we'll be analyzing today, and by that I mean I learned about 2 channels that have blatantly plagiarized another YouTuber. I saw this right before going to bed tonight. I'm kidding, because I didn't fall asleep. As you can clearly tell, it's 6 a.m. I've been up all night again. Insomnia is here again, doing that to my damn little butt cheeks over here. And I'm tired of it. But as I was trying to fall asleep and then ended up giving up looking at my phone, I saw that there's a bit of a hoopla about this plagiarism thing going on right now. And you're never going to be able to get rid of all the plagiarism on YouTube because it is a rampant issue. But I always think it's nice when people do find bad actors like this just blatantly stealing their work. But as I was looking into this big developing story here, I learned a lot of twists, not only about the original video creator, but also the ones that allegedly plagiarized. Let's go ahead and take a look at the first one before diving into a bit more about the original video as well.
So if your views are low or you're scared of demonetization, listen up because I'm going to tell you the 8 biggest changes of the YouTube algorithm, starting with change number 1, Gemini. So it's fully official. Okay, the YouTube algorithm is now powered by Gemini AI.
This one is egregious. They didn't even bother doing the bare minimum of changing a single word from the original script. So this comes from a YouTuber named Penguinz0, and the YouTuber that's copying his video is someone named Belmont. Now this is a guru who is also selling a course. Now I use the word guru real loosey-goosey because that's how these fucking dweebs refer to themselves as. They're scammers, basically. Case in point, if you're going to be purchasing a course from someone on YouTube trying to give you the secrets, bestow upon you the ancient wisdom of success online, just know you're most likely not going to be finding the fountain of youth there. You're probably getting a big load of fucking barnacles. I've never even heard of a course that one of these dorks was selling that was ever even remotely helpful in any way, shape, or form. When it comes to this subject matter, I know in like the fitness space, there's a lot of YouTubers that have courses that are very popular, very successful. I'm talking specifically about this garbage where they have these videos, usually just like a bunch of regurgitated information. In this case, they are literally copying someone else's information in order to try and hawk a course. But like usually it's just some dog shit where they're like, "Yar matey, so you want to get YouTube views? Well, you're gonna have to fork over the funky digits on the back of that credit card for this fucking PowerPoint I threw together haphazardly." It's all trash. Now, an interesting little fun fact, a little tidbit of lore. In the only Belmont video I've watched, he has a gold YouTube play button behind him for a channel called Serum. So I looked it up, and that's this channel right here, and that's definitely him. Basically, this channel is Sniper Wolf. If Sniper Wolf was a guy who's a huge dweeb. And he hasn't posted in over a year, but he had 4.5 million subscribers. I don't know why he stopped posting. I looked into it, and there's a lot of theories. Apparently, A lot of people seem to believe that he was demonetized at some point, so he abandoned the channel. It's certainly possible, but it's just a theory, a little game theory there. But what's not a theory is that this guy just blatantly plagiarized that video. I guess he's made his triumphant return. No longer is he Serum, now he's Belmont. And he just takes other YouTubers' videos word for word as his own. Yippee, welcome home.
Now, for those of you that don't know what Gemini is, it's pretty much Google's ChatGPT. And the job that YouTube gave Gemini is to analyze videos. So technically, it's no longer about tags, titles, or anything that's mattered before. Because of Gemini, now it's what you say, how you say it, and what you show on, like the actual visuals of your video. It understands the tone. If your video is supposed to be sad, it understands it. If you're being sarcastic, it also understands. Gemini also analyzes behavior on the platform. Which takes me to number 2, trust score.
It's actually fascinating how not only did he copy the script one-to-one, but he even copied the timing. It syncs up perfectly. He did exact intonation, exact timing of everything here for his blatant plagiarism. I've never seen that before. This is like the equivalent of taking someone else's homework, copying it, and not even changing the name on it when you submit it. It's fucking baffling. Typically, we're about to look at another case of plagiarism from the same YouTuber, actually. Not Belmont, but the same YouTuber had his work stolen by another channel as well, this time a much more popular channel. I'm actually kind of blown away by how brazen Belmont's plagiarism is. He's got a lot of other videos on his channel, and I imagine all of those are also plagiarized from other YouTubers as well. It seems like that's probably his shtick. I imagine the only reason the visuals aren't exactly the same is because he didn't want to take the extra 2 minutes it would take to crop out the YouTuber from those visuals, because he wanted to just shit and ship this as quickly as possible, a matter of minutes. So instead he just filled it with a bunch of probably stock videos for his points here. Now the next accused plagiarism patriot is Danny Y. Interestingly enough, it's the same topic that Belmont copied, that now Danny Y has a video on that's eerily similar to Rume-Rose. An interesting coinky-dink, if I had to spitball a guess at how that's possible, I would wager that douchebags like this probably consult ChatGPT for what videos they should steal, and right now ChatGPT is recommending that one from Rume-Rose. That would be my guess. Now, Danny Y's video is a little less obvious than Belmont's. He does change some words around, and he does change the order in which the information is presented. Instead of following the exact blueprint one-to-one of Rume-Rose's original video, he changes where it goes. But watching them both back-to-back, it is still fundamentally the exact same piece of content. Now, another explanation here. Like I said, I don't know Rume-Rose's content. Maybe it's possible he generated a script for this topic through ChatGPT, and Danny Y doing the same thing. Thus, they came with very similar scripts. I think that is also equally possible.
Now, for those of you that don't know what Gemini is, it's pretty much Google's ChatGPT.
And if you don't know what it is, think of it as Google's version of ChatGPT.
And it even understands the tone.
It even picks up on your tone.
If your video's supposed to be sad, it understands it.
If your video is meant to be funny, it knows.
If you're being sarcastic, it also understands it.
If you're being sarcastic in your video, it also knows that too.
So that's pretty scary shit within itself.
And honestly, this one scared me when I first learned about it.
Now, when YouTube reviews your channel, which they will.
When YouTube reviews your channel, and they will.
The first thing that Gemini will check is your channel trailer.
And the first thing that plays is going to be your channel trailer.
The age of the email and the age of the YouTube channel.
Use an email that has been around for a while.
The older the YouTube channel is, the better. Just use your personal email.
Maybe your personal Gmail that you've been using for years.
If you have any Google subscriptions like Google One, Google Workspace, YouTube Premium, any of those subscriptions, the better it is.
Even better, if you have Google subscriptions like YouTube Premium, Google One, or Workspace, that's extra proof.
Right, you want to show Gemini and YouTube that you're a human, and a human doesn't start YouTube by uploading every single day.
You're basically showing the algorithm that you're a real human.
This one's a bit trickier because he does change the words around, and he does change the order around, but all of the information from Rumeiros is still present here, including his advice that he gives in the original, so it does still seem a bit stinky here that maybe he had grabbed his script and had AI rewrite it a bit for his video. And, you know, there's only so many ways of conveying information if the information is accurate, but this goes a little bit beyond that, where it's not just conveying similar information, he's doing it basically very, very, very similarly to how Rumeiros' video covered it. Now, I had that theory that maybe Rumeiro generated an AI script and Danny Y did the same on the same topic, which is why they'd be similar. And I think there's even more meat to that theory because I did some digging on Rumeiros' channel.
If we go ahead and just search up the title of one of these articles and we throw it onto YouTube, we will be able to find YouTube channels like this one, Hip Hop Daily. So if we click on it and we click on their videos, we can see that their views are not bad at all. Now moving on to step number 2, which is scripting your entire video. Now there's a few rules for this, right? I have a lot of beginners come to me and they show me their videos and they're only like a minute or 2 minutes long. And to be honest, I tell them every single time, might as well not post the videos, because with AI, there is no excuse for you not to make a video over 10 minutes. YouTube clearly favors, and this is my opinion, YouTube clearly favors YouTube channels and YouTube videos that are over 10 minutes. So here's an example of how easy it is to script write.
Oh my goodness, he's giving the keys to the kingdom, the Krabby Patty secret formula to the ultimate slop. Step 1, look at other YouTubers' content. Step 2, basically steal it. So he's like, look at these channels. You can see their views are doing well, so this is a successful niche. So you want to aim for basically copying the same topics because you can see that it has a track record of doing well here. So step 2, use AI to make your script for you. So he then shows you like to grab an article, copy and paste it into AI to have it write a script for you. So that way it can cook that shit up for you pretty much instantaneously. And bingo, bango, bongo, you've got a soulless AI regurgitated video that can now just passively generate income on YouTube for you for doing fucking nothing at all. So, not a huge fan of this guy, to be honest with you. Yes, I do think he was plagiarized in the first instance, and honestly, I am leaning more towards Danny Y also taking his video as opposed to just getting a similar AI drivel script. And that's due to a couple of reasons I'll share with you. But as far as creators getting plagiarized goes, this one doesn't move my heart all that much. This is a world's smallest violin moment for sure, because he himself also kind of preaches the same thing to his students. About like, look at all these other channels and basically do what they do using AI to do it for you. So it's a little odd that he would cry foul that other vultures in the same space are doing the same to his content, when he has these AI faceless slop channels that he literally kind of does very similar things with. Granted, it's not one-to-one or as brazen as the examples here, but still, it's fundamentally the same DNA. He is also just regurgitating the same information using AI to do it for him. Now, maybe he doesn't do it on his Rumeiro channel, that I don't know for sure, but in the videos on this channel, he does talk about and literally try and instruct people on how to take other people's topics and like ideas and plug AI into it so it will make the scripts for you so you can stretch these videos to 10 minutes and make money off it passively for doing basically fucking nothing. So, not exactly like the best creator to be talking about being plagiarized, if I'm being honest. But I do still find it to be an interesting topic nonetheless. And like I said, I do think it's obvious in Belmont's case that he just one-to-one stole the video. I do also think Danny Y most likely had AI spit out a script from Rumeiro's video as opposed to just covering a similar topic.
And that leads us to the next change, one that got thousands of channels deleted just last month. YouTube now probably gives every channel a hidden score. They don't show it to you, but it probably exists. And it controls everything. I call it your trust score. Think of it like a credit score, but for
your trust score? Where have I heard that nomenclature before?
Do that, but it's almost guaranteed
I'm
that
at the wrong
amount of
timestamp.
people that have done that, and this change was done about 2 weeks ago, which is why you've heard so much news of people getting their channels taken away. But I think I found a solution.
Still not at the right timestamp, but basically in Danny Y's video, it's the exact same information. He changed some of the words and changed the order in which he presented it, but he's still basically just saying everything Rumeiro said but in different order.
But the most important part is that Gemini also analyzes your behavior on the platform. Which takes me to number 2, trust score. This has got to be one of the biggest changes that I've ever seen on YouTube. So this is the easiest way to explain trust score.
So, from what I could tell, Danny Y wasn't the one that came up with the trust score. Watching both videos back to back, it's basically the same fucking thing. Like I said, Danny Y just changed the order in which he presented shit, but it's still fundamentally exactly the same. And at points, like in the minute and a half clip there, it is almost identical. I find it unlikely that this is some big misunderstanding and it's just a coincidence. I understand that when it comes to information, there is only so many different ways you can convey the information, but it just feels very fishy that not only is it conveyed very similarly, almost identical at points, but also saying weird things like, I call it your trust score. I came up with that, when he clearly didn't come up with that. Also, couple that with the fact that the advice he gives in his video is the same advice Rumero gave in his video. It just feels like he did take the script from that video and just change it around a little bit so it wasn't just so blatantly obvious. Not as lazy as Belmont was with it. Anyway though, plagiarism isn't unusual on YouTube. This shit turbo sucks and it's only being more common now thanks to AI. And people like Rumero himself also preaching very similar tactics of just taking other people's topics, ideas, niches, and just having AI be fed this information in order to spit garbage out for you to post and make money on. I think that shit also sucks, and it's not all that dissimilar from what he's complaining about here with these channels ripping off his video. His AI faceless slop channels are fundamentally doing something very, very, very similar. And it's all trash. It's all garbage. And I'm sure he knows that, but it doesn't matter because he makes a ton of money doing it. If you look at his channel, a lot of his videos are just kind of bragging about how much money he makes from doing these AI faceless slop channels. It sucks. It's sad. And that's the exact kind of shit that's ruining the entire platform. Anyway, just wanted to yap about it a bit. That's it. See ya. Here's someone I haven't talked about in a really long time, but today I saw a clip of one of their streams recently, and I fell down the rabbit hole again, just kind of checking up on them to see what's been going on. Only Use Me Blade. Only Use Me Blade might have just triggered like a Winter Soldier moment in some of you watching this, because he was one of like the first big Call of Duty YouTubers. He was huge back in the day, in an era where YouTubers weren't really like a thing that existed. He was very popular and beloved by the community. But he unfortunately had a struggle with alcoholism, and over the years, that demon only grew. It got worse. He became a full-time degenerate streamer doing awful shit. And he grew a community that was there to eat some popcorn and point and laugh at the clown putting on a show of pathetic, terrible shenanigans. I made a video on him many years ago now, covering his sad journey and the awful shit that he had been doing during that time. But I hadn't checked in on him in a while, until today. And somehow, against all known sciences, against God, he found a rock bottom below rock bottom. It seems like he is even worse now than he was then. He went below the bedrock straight to the fucking nether, and it is actually so, like, sad. And I really think this can serve as, like, a big PSA to anyone out there about what alcoholism actually looks like. I've been seeing, like, a lot of those headlines about how, you know, the new generation isn't drinking as much. That's a really good thing. That is a very positive thing. I swear, watching clips from his stream is like an episode of Scared Straight. Now, Only Use Me Blade is not a good guy. Alcoholism aside, he has done horrible things, like I mentioned, and a lot of it is in combination with his drinking, but even still, it's not like that's an excuse for some of the shit that he's done. This includes some really unforgivable ones, like a possible sexual assault. Now, as I said, he is fully back into excessive drinking, and he recently confirmed speculation that he lost his toes, that his toes needed to be amputated.
Show us the toes. Show us the stump. Show.
Okay, well, during the fucking poetic part about it is, yeah, during my year off from drinking, I got an infection in my foot, and the years of abuse on my body, I lost my toes, dude. So, I tried to hide it, but still got my foot, and not proud of it, dude.
Chat asked for a little show and tell, so he brought up what's left of his foot, and now they call him Only Lose Me Toes. I also saw some pictures from some of his older streams that showed the state that his toes were in prior to the amputation, and they look like fucking charred sausages. It actually looks like frostbite, and it's from his excessive drinking. It's called alcoholic neuropathy. What happens is, through this much consumption of alcohol, it damages the nerves in the foot. And what happened here is, he probably lost sensation down there and didn't realize that something was awry. Because circulation stops, functioning optimally. And so when he got that infection, he probably had it for a while and didn't even know it. And then by the time he did recognize something wasn't right, it was too late to save the toes, thus they had to amputate them. That's how it typically goes, as I understand it, when it comes to alcoholic neuropathy. And this is actually something a lot of people saw coming. You didn't need to be Nostradamus nor Baba Vanga to predict that he was going to have something like this at some point, because it was pretty well documented that his legs were rotting. He had fucking holes in his legs. They looked like the honeycombs you collect in Banjo-Kazooie. He had sores all around his legs. It even had some necrosis in some places that looked to be starting. They were in rough shape. So I don't think anyone was really surprised to hear that his toes had to be amputated. But he did mention that this happened during the break that he took with the year of sobriety. So it turns out he actually took a pretty extended break from streaming to be a full-time caretaker for his mother. So he is currently at her retirement home as her caretaker, but he's also very much back into excessive drinking. Constantly.
Doctor, well, give me some dap. All right. You're a black person. What? You assault us. There he goes. Seahawks?
You didn't assault us.
Don't come to weed down. I don't know if you've been drinking because I'm a black. No, I've been drinking a lot, dude. Well, you say I assault y'all. Don't come to me with that bullshit.
There are quite a lot of moments from these streams where he's just this wandering vagrant around the retirement home, just harassing the people around him on stream. Like, there's another one where he's talking to an older lady about how much she squirts. What's her squirt ratio?
What's your squirt ratio?
What?
Your squirt ratio.
You did not say that, did we?
I did.
Oh.
Because I love you.
I love you too.
And you got a dog, and you need to squirt, ma'am. You need to squirt, ma'am, figured out.
Yeah, I probably do.
Hey, what's up? Free squirt? Get it? Yeah.
Because he's trying to put on a performance for the chat. So he's, honking his nose, Bozo the Clown here, and he's sloshed, absolutely hammered, blackout drunk. So it's just an entire life of lowlights. It's really fucking sad to see, especially considering that he's supposed to be a full-time caretaker for his mom. But his mom is the one that seems to be having to take care of him, her early 40s son, who is now just unable to stop getting blackout drunk and is passing out drunk on stream and having the cops called as a wellness check to make sure he's still fucking alive. Yo! Hey! Brian! Hey, you good, man? I have seen multiple clips of Only Use Me Blade in that exact position, the Peter Griffin falling down the stairs pose there. Even after losing his toes, he is still drinking to a catastrophic degree. It's a miracle he is still alive. Like, it is unbelievable with how much he has abused his body over the years. And in between drinks, he has like some self-awareness moments about how much he has destroyed his body and how awful the alcoholism is. But he can't stop himself. He can't help it. That's how strong the addiction is. I don't think I've seen a clip with sheets on his bed, and I imagine it's because he keeps passing out drunk and pissing in the sheets. Like, no matter how bad things have gotten for him, he just can't seem to kick the habit. And that's not exclusive to just Only Use Me Blade. This is a very real, very evil and insidious addiction that tons and tons of people struggle with. Only Use Me Blade just happens to broadcast all of it for entertainment and has tied his drinking to his income to a certain extent. So, like, there actually have been times in the past where he has attempted to get clean and sober, and he's gone weeks, sometimes even months without drinking, but each time he has relapsed. And I do think some part of it is because there are people that watch his streams that are solely there to giggle at his misfortunes, so they kind of encourage it. Not everyone. There are a lot of people that actually try and root for him to, come out the other side and actually beat this. But there are some that are solely there because they want to watch him completely fucking torpedo his life and continue to be in this state. So, like, I can find clips of him, after a couple weeks, and then eventually he just says, you know what, I'm going to have a couple drinks, and he does it on stream. And there are people that donate trying to encourage him to stop. There are people that reach out telling him, like, please don't do this. And then there's also people in his chat that are like, yeah, fuck yeah, finally, we're back. We're so back.
It's over tonight.
I'm going to have some drinks, dude. I appreciate it, but I'm going to have some drinks.
You're doing so good, man. You are doing so good.
I'm not making it a habit, dude. I'm just gonna have some drinks and relax
and
chat
tonight.
tonight.
I know that you say that, but then next week you're gonna be like, "Oh, it's not making a habit," and you're gonna be right back to dropping N-bombs and getting in trouble again.
I do, hey man, I do appreciate you, dude. Thank you. This definitely isn't gonna be a habit. This is just, I'm gonna have some drinks tonight.
Spoiler alert: it did become a habit again.
There it is, boys.
J-Rock has just donated $5. Love you, buddy.
After this, let's go out and let's smoke some weed or something. But, Terry, this is like a very special occasion.
Daryl and who donated $3. Dude, please don't do this. Don't throw away all that work. Think of how good it felt to have control in your life, to have your life back.
We are good. Thank you. Terry, I love you, dude. I'm definitely not doing a quad, bro. I'll have a couple shots for you, but let's do this and go smoke a cig and figure it out, right?
Like I said, there are a lot of people really trying to get him not to, and this has happened a couple times from what I can tell. But again, there are still some people in there that encourage it, and I think to a certain degree, Only Use Me Blade believes that a large part of his content is drinking, so it makes it even harder for him to fully stop. And he did take an extended break, where apparently he did stop for a year. But he did come back, and he is now drinking just as much as he ever did. He even recently got arrested for urinating in front of officers that were called to kick him out of an area where he was just publicly intoxicated and being a nuisance, just a pest that was bothering everyone out in public.
Okay, I'm going. Calm down. Your burger ain't good, bitch. The fuck is she talking about?
Alright, he's under arrest. Oh no! Alright. What'd you do? He's pissed. Right in front of me. Alright.
He can hardly even stand up, and he's bouncing around from person to person there like a fucking pinball. And just stumbling around, spitting out mumbo jumbo, not even able to form a full sentence. He was talking to the cops for a little while there too. Then he came, got the camera, and then pissed on some stranger's car in front of the officers. Just pulls his cock out, pisses on the car, and gets arrested right there for it. So he's not isolated to just the retirement home and harassing everyone around there. He's spreading his wings and taking it all over the place while being able to hardly stand or speak. And of course, he still loves to be weird and creepy to women every chance he gets.
P.L. What's your name? M?
There's more people out here than there are inside.
Is it okay if I ask you your name? Sorry.
I'll be discreet.
What's up?
I'll be the little discreet.
Figure it out. Cool. Person. Heyo. I love you, person. You're awesome.
What's your name?
You cuddle really hard. I'm sorry.
With my, like, cuddle with my, no, it's my dog.
You cuddle your dog? Figure it out. Hey, my name's Brian. I love you. You girls okay?
Yeah, I need to take a photo of this. This is funny.
That's a certified, now that's what I call Riz moment right there. Holy. Regular old Casanova. So again, he is blackout drunk here. He's trying to get this stranger's name. She doesn't really want to give it to him. So she gives like an alias, and then he just keeps saying like, "Hey-oh, figure it out," and then says his name, and then says that she cuddles really hard. I guess that's flirting, I suppose. And then her and her friend are like very weirded out by it, so they both start recording. Well, we can see she starts recording, but the other person she's with also said that she was taking a picture or something for the memories. I imagine they're doing that just in case things get fucking hairy. It's for their own safety, so they can videotape the fucking wacko that's approached them here. It's just a disaster, man. It's fucking absurd. So yeah, I hadn't seen anything from Only Use Me Blade in a while, and he just got put back on my radar today, and I couldn't help but just jump down the rabbit hole to see like what's been going on over the years with him. Still not good. And I genuinely think he showcases what alcoholism really looks like and just how hard an addiction is to beat. It is something very, very serious, and it's fucking awful. Man, it really is. So anyway, just wanted to yap about it. That's it. See ya. I just watched a video on the curious case of an off-duty officer walking around. This wasn't just your average, innocent, everyday stroll outdoors. This was advanced walking, with his penis out. Damn thing was hard, too.
Gun. Is this why you didn't want us to pat you down?
Well, you saw, you described it as his penis.
Right.
Do you know what color it looked like?
If that sizzler reel doesn't get you hooked, I don't know what will. I gotta tell you, I'm not a dispatcher, but that line of questioning was a bit of an eyebrow raiser for me. You described what you saw as looking like a penis. Can you tell me what color that penis was? What was the make and model of that wiener? Now, believe me when I tell you that this actually comes full circle. This question actually does play a role in the real investigation. I don't want to spoil how it happens, though. You'll see at the end here.
On October 14th, 2024, a woman was jogging with her dog along the Reeds Lake Trail in East Grand Rapids. As she passed a man walking toward her, something caught her attention. The man had his penis exposed through his zipper and fully erect. Shocked and shaken, she borrowed a bystander's phone and called 911. Minutes later, officers arrived at the scene and spotted a man emerging from a wooded area who matched her description.
Now, at first, this video kind of seemed fishy to me because there's some odd usages of AI throughout it, but I double-checked the story and I can find multiple sources about this guy, so I'm assuming this is all real, and it does appear to be an actual police vehicle that we will eventually get to here, so I'm pretty sure this is all genuine. Just wanted to briefly make a mention of that. So, that's the lore breakdown. This story starts with a woman jogging, and a man walking towards her with an erect cock out, which obviously disturbs her. She alerts the authorities. Authorities arrive at the scene, and they see a suspicious, gentle sir emerging from a wooded area.
Hi, sir. Can I talk to you for a second?
Yeah, how are you?
Good. How about yourself?
Oh, not too shabby.
What's going on?
Oh, just walking around the lake.
Just walking around the lake?
Yeah.
Okay. Where'd you start at?
Over by Reed's Lake.
Okay. Like Reed's Lake Boulevard, where?
Just south of here.
South of there?
Yep.
Okay. Reason I wanted to talk to you, we had a call on a subject matching your description.
Okay.
Blue jeans, blue sweatshirt.
Yep.
Walking around with his penis out.
Okay.
I love that he looks down to check. Oh, jeepers. Did I forget the zip? Nope. All clear. Well, as you can see, officer, my dick is firmly in my trousers. Checkmate. Must have been somebody else. In fact, I saw a very suspicious gentleman running away like a cartoon villain over there a minute ago, and, you know, now that I stop to think about it, it might have been a penis between his legs dangling around. I think he went that way. He's over that way. You're letting the bad guy get away.
Have any ID on you?
I don't.
You don't?
No.
What's your name?
Dennis.
Dennis, have you ever been in trouble before?
I have not.
Dennis, what's your middle name?
Evan.
Can you try to reach him, please? Dennis, what's your last name?
Evans.
What's your middle name? Dennis Evans?
Williams.
4110.
Holy shit. It's the Dennis Evans Williams. Wow. I didn't realize we were dealing with a celebrity. This guy is famous for receiving the world's first fart transplant. Now, Dennis has found himself in quite a pickle here. But don't worry, he's got great defense.
No, I think I saw you when I passed by the first time.
Yep.
And you went back that way.
Uh-huh.
And then I saw you walk over here, and you were looking back that way, and then you kind of started to run for a second this way. Why was that?
I have no clue. I saw you here. I wouldn't have stopped running, I guess, if I thought it was suspicious.
Yeah. Yeah. Was there a reason you ducked back in the woods when I went by the first time?
I don't know if it's a bridge or like an old stone. I don't even know what it is back there. But yeah, I was just checking it out.
Yeah, dude, you wouldn't believe it. Back in the woods, I saw a bunch of, like, crop circles, and I'm pretty sure I saw some fucking dirty little bastard gnome run back there, so I was just going to check it out. You know, maybe even find, like, a leprechaun's pot of gold. There was a whole bunch of stuff back in the woods, so as I was jogging around, it kind of caught my eye, so I went back there and took a peek. That's the explanation for why it seemed like I was running away from you. Really, I was just on an exploratory adventure, really. There's so much magical wonder back there and whimsy, elves and shit, so I was just taking a peek.
Sit tight with him while I run him real quick.
The name he gave didn't exist in any police database. No driver's license, no vehicle record, no trace at all.
That's impossible. You're telling me Dennis Evans Williams doesn't exist? My lord. He's a deep cover secret agent. You're impeding his investigation. He was back there with his cock out in order to try and bring down some kind of a cult organization or something. That's the only explanation. Dennis Evans Williams clearly exists. I'm looking right at him.
You don't have an ID on you right now? Nothing on you? All right, sit tight. Let me see what else I can find out.
Okay.
He repeated the same information. Still, nothing came back. Meanwhile, after the two failed attempts to identify the suspect, the victim drove past the scene, and from inside her car, she saw the suspect and immediately identified him to the officer, stating that she was 100% sure. This prompted the officer to approach the suspect a third time, giving him the last chance to give his correct identity.
Oh shit, he got caught on the drive-by here. So the victim drove by and noticed that this was indeed the same character that was just hanging hog out there while she was out on her morning run. And now, with that information of her saying she's 100% sure that's the right guy, the officer is again approaching him to try and get his real identification here, since Dennis Evans Williams is not panning out.
Victim drove by. She gave me a description when I talked to her. She drove by, said 100%, no doubt in her mind it was you.
Okay.
So, here's what we're going to do. You're going to give me your proper name, you're going to give me your address, and then we're going to go from there.
He continues to maintain that he's Dennis Williams. I'm shocked! So this isn't really going anywhere. He's just dropping breadcrumbs of some make-believe mumbo-jumbo here, going nowhere, so I'm going to fast forward a little bit here because he's just stumbling around trying to get himself out of this. It's not working.
Okay. Go ahead and put your hands back behind your back, though. Like I said, you're not getting arrested. Nope. Turn around, face that way.
Face that way.
Okay.
You're not getting arrested. Put your hands behind your back. Interlace your fingers together.
Okay. Gun. Is this why you didn't want us to pat you down?
Well, part of it.
While detaining the dastardly Dennis here, they were patting him down and then going to put him in the vehicle to talk further and figure out, like, who is he? They found a gun while patting him down, and he's like, yeah, that was part of the reason I didn't really want to be giving you guys all my information, thinking that that would be a problem. He didn't tell them that the gun was there, so now they're getting a little more serious about, okay, man, who are you? Just tell us your real name.
All right. What's your real name?
So, here's the deal. This has nothing to do with what you guys stopped me for today. I'm supposed to be at work, all right? I told my wife I was supposed to be at training today. I didn't want to go to work. I took a vacation. She just thinks I'm at work.
45-something.
Okay.
46-something.
That's about
So
it.
you're playing hooky right now?
Yes, exactly. And she thinks I'm at work because I didn't want to stay home with the kids, and so I had the babysitter come out.
Yep.
That's where we're at.
He took a vacation from work so he could walk around out in public with his penis out. Look, my wife just wouldn't understand, but you guys get it. We're bros, right? Like, we understand each other. Sometimes you just need to cool down, take in the fresh air, and just pull your cock out and walk around outside. That's what I was doing. I was playing a little hooky, had a babysitter come over to watch the kids. My wife was none the wiser, and now kind of caught between a rock and a hard dick here, as you can see, officers. But, you know, that's the whole scope of the situation here. It just, I'm supposed to be at work. Clearly, I'm not at work. Bit of a mix-up.
Okay. So, you have your full name then?
Yes.
Yeah, what is it?
Troy.
45 figures, I can find another.
Allen. A-L-L-E-N. White, just like the color. 10/31/86.
And you obviously don't want your wife to know what's going on.
Kind of why we're here.
As officers detained him pending identification, they conducted a pat-down. That's when everything changed. Inside his waistband was a loaded Springfield Armory Hellcat, round-chambered. In his pocket, a Microtech switchblade. Neither had been disclosed, but what the officers were just about to discover would shift the case even further.
The way they're using the music here sounds like a horror movie trailer right now. They got like the creepy water phone sound effect. What they discovered was going to change everything. Tucked into his waistband, in addition to the other instruments, was his penis. Again! Confirming beyond a shadow of a doubt that this was the same cock that was just indecently exposed outside moments prior to the officers arriving at the scene.
Is there any way I could write you something?
Huh?
Any way I could get a pen and a piece of paper?
Penciler.
Okay. Slide your feet in.
What he wrote on that paper was KCSD. His true identity is Troy Allen White, a 10-year Kent County Sheriff's deputy.
So I guess he wanted to keep this one a bit off the record, so he wrote it down, passing some notes here, letting them know that he is actually an off-duty officer. He is a Kent County Sheriff's deputy, Troy Allen White.
Yeah, you work for the Sheriff's Department? Okay, what do you do there?
41-19,
Oh yeah, I work for the Sheriff's Department. What do I do there? I'm just kind of the penis guy. That's just kind of like what I do there. It's just, you know, they say, hey, Troy, pull out that wiener, right? That's just kind of what I do here. So, you know, I was supposed to be at work today, so I just got a little confused, you know, walking around outside. Big misunderstanding.
County, lodge on false info, indecent exposure, $100 bond for each.
Okay.
So you'll be able to post bond tonight. I'm going to tell you you're going to get suspended when we get down to the Sheriff's Department here.
Troy gave consent to search his truck.
So I believe the strategy here from Troy was to inform the officers that he is also in law enforcement, hoping that they would try and like look out for him to help him out, maybe squeeze himself out of this whole thing here. That wasn't in the cards. That didn't happen. So next, they got consent from Troy to search his truck. There they found under the booster seat for one of his children a rifle and a flesh-colored dildo. So this man was driving around the fucking freak-mobile here. So they started wondering, well, what is all of this about? What's up with this dildo and all this?
About intent, behavior, and whether this incident was isolated. During a follow-up call, officers asked the victim a necessary question, whether she could have mistaken what she saw.
What you saw, you described it as his penis.
Right.
Do you know what color it looked like?
So I was thinking about this a lot last night because one of the officers asked me, "Are you sure it was his penis?" And I was like, yeah.
Okay.
And then I started to think, well, I suppose it could have been a strap-on dildo that he was wearing through his pants.
This goes on for quite a little while, but I'll summarize. She does like tinker around with the notion that maybe it's possible he was wearing a dildo out of his fly, but she's pretty certain it was actually his penis. She goes on to describe the color as being like very white and contrasting like with everything else. So she is very confident that it was his penis, but then even says if it was a dildo, this is still completely unacceptable regardless, which the officer on the phone agrees with. Ultimately, they did charge him with indecent exposure among like falsifying information. He also resigned in the midst of all of this, and I can't find a follow-up for what happened with the charges. So hopefully the indecent exposure and all that stuck, because this guy is a fucking weirdo freak. Anyway, just wanted to put this story on your radar here. This was a wild one. That's really about it. See ya. I cannot believe it. I thought this was impossible, like a growth spurt in my 30s. I didn't think this was something that would ever happen here. I feel like I'm 9 years old and I just watched a birthday party magician pull a quarter out from behind my ear. My mind is blown. Earlier today, former Prince Andrew was arrested following Epstein Files revelations. For those that don't know, Prince Andrew was in a lot of the files. There were even pictures as well, very disturbing stuff. He was a stronger presence in the Epstein Files than Obi-Wan Kenobi was in the original Star Wars trilogy. He was in there a lot. And there's been tons of allegations and a lot of evidence and a lot of ties with Epstein. But I think most people, myself included, just didn't expect anything to happen because that's been kind of the protocol recently, where the Trump administration in particular is constantly just telling the American public to move on from it and it's not a big deal, stop caring. Pam Bondi struggles through her lobotomy to try and get a story straight about where she stands with Epstein files on if they exist or if they don't, if they're on her desk or what's going on there. It seems like everyone kind of plugs their ears when Pam Bondi's around and they don't fill her in on the talking points, so her story's never cohesive. The only thing she sticks to is that Epstein files are all out there and we're done. And there's nothing more to be done about it. Justice has been served with 0 arrests outside of Maxwell. And of course, Perjury Patel loves to lie about it. Todd Blanche also takes a special kind of joy in letting people know that, yeah, most likely nothing's ever coming from this. It's not a crime to party with Epstein.
Is there any chance that any of these individuals who partied with Epstein and engaged in, relations with minors will be prosecuted? Any chance?
I'll never say no, and we will always investigate any evidence of misconduct. But as you know, it is not a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. And so as horrible as it's not a crime to email with Mr. Epstein. And some of these men may have done horrible things. And if we have evidence that allows us to prosecute them, you better believe we will. But it's also the kind of thing that the American people need to understand, that it isn't a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. It isn't a crime to have
Didn't look like that's all that was going on some of those photos. I mean, if the photos could speak, some of them look pretty bad.
That's right. And unfortunately, photos can't speak. And so we need witnesses and we need
Are there videotapes that you all have?
Yeah, there's a lot of videotapes, actually. But according to Todd Blanche in this administration, that's not like actionable evidence. Yeah, there's nothing here. Everyone's making a mountain out of a molehill. But interestingly enough, it seems like other places in the world are taking it more seriously than America is here, this administration. Internationally, there have been a lot of powerful figures that have come under intense scrutiny and have stepped down or been relieved of their position, and now we're seeing Prince Andrew be arrested in the UK for his involvement here in the Epstein files, and they're investigating that, seeing what's going on there. That's more than this administration has done. The Trump administration, still 0 fucking arrests outside of Maxwell, whom they're doing everything in their power to ensure has the most luxurious time in prison possible. Now, normal, sensible people with a functioning frontal lobe are all celebrating that it's an arrest in regards to the Epstein files. Finally, hallelujah! That's a pump your fist moment. That's a certified finger-wiggling situation here. But weirdly enough, there's one person who's real tore up about it here. I'm telling you, this guy looks like he's got the suds right now, like fucking SpongeBob. Trump's extremely sad that Prince Andrew got arrested.
I got a question about something big overseas today. The former Prince Andrew arrested by the police there, related to something with Jeffrey Epstein. Do you think people in this country at some point, associates of Jeffrey Epstein, will wind up in handcuffs too?
Well, you know, I'm the expert in a way because I've been totally exonerated. That's very nice. I can actually speak about it very nicely. I think it's a shame. I think it's very sad. I think it's so bad for the royal family. It's a very, very sad. To me, it's a very sad thing. When I see that, it's a very sad thing to see it and to see what's going on with his brother, who's obviously coming to our country very soon, and he's a fantastic man, the king. So I think it's a very sad thing.
What a fucking odd response. It's sad that someone has been arrested in relation to the Epstein files. Why? Why shouldn't they be investigated? Why is this sad? Why is this cause for tears? Like, he looks like he just watched the ending to Marley and Me. He's looking emotional as shit right now over Prince Andrew's arrest. Why is this something sad? Like, not a single mention of, like, the victims ever from Trump, really. He never really seems to care about the victims in the Epstein case. It's only ever, oh man, there's a lot of innocent men here that are getting roped into this, and that's the real victims. That's the real sad story. Guys that, you know, just wanted to talk baseball with Epstein and all of that kind of shit, getting labeled nasty stuff. Man, that's the real bitch of it. It's so wild to me that when it comes to Epstein, Trump's MO is move on, it's not a big deal. Yeah, the most infamous child sex trafficker in this nation's history, you know, had a bunch of clients and all of them are getting away with it. Big whoop. Go cry about it. Kick dirt, pussy. Let's move on. It's nothing that anyone should ever care about. You know, all the rape, the torture, the murder, all of that stuff, it's not a big deal. That's small potatoes. Get over it. And then when someone like Prince Andrew gets arrested in regards to it, he's like, oh, no, that's sad. That's really sad. We need to take a moment of silence here. That's sad stuff. Please, won't everyone play a sad song on the world's smallest violin for Prince Andrew? This is a really heartbreaking scenario here. It's like watching an ASPCA commercial. I couldn't believe it. I shan't believe it when I saw Prince Andrew was arrested. Oh my lord, an entire tissue box was expended, wiping the tears from my eyes. What a weird response. It's very clear this administration is desperately trying to do everything in its power to distract and deflect from the Epstein files and try and minimize just how important this is, how big of a deal this is. And now he's trying to sell you on this pile of dog shit here that it's like a bad thing that Prince Andrew's been arrested. And I guess maybe for Trump and his friends it is a bad thing because there's a chance Prince Andrew might start squealing. He might let the cat out of the bag and could implicate some other very powerful people in relation to Epstein. So maybe that's why he's so tore up about it. It's just so fucking crazy that he doesn't even try and hide it. And he doesn't need to. His fan base will absolutely just swallow his whole cock at all times for anything at all.
A stunning royal arrest. Former Prince Andrew taken into custody from his home in the English countryside. It follows growing revelations about the alleged connections between the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein and Andrew, the former Duke of York and brother of King Charles. Thames Valley Police saying the arrest was on suspicion of misconduct in public office.
This seems like they're pursuing it pretty seriously. I imagine an investigation is underway where I would, again, guess that they find a lot of evidence on Prince Andrew and Epstein's connections and some really fucking horrible, heinous shit. Now, I've got a little hunch there's a little someone special out there that's also starting to sweat profusely after seeing this news of Prince Andrew's arrest. Victoria Hervey. Victoria Hervey had a relationship with Prince Andrew quite a while ago, and she's got a very interesting take on Epstein.
That was very powerful. So like if you were on the scene and you were powerful, like to be honest, like if you're not in those files, it would be an insult because it just means that you were a bit of a loser.
Right. So the people who aren't in the files are losers.
Yes.
Okay. Are you in the files?
Well, of course I am, because it's any journalist that wrote about it.
That's an astonishing attitude, isn't it? You're the loser because you're not in this. I find that jaw-dropping.
They're just so brazen now. With her whole chest, she says it would be an insult if you weren't invited to party with Epstein. You're a loser if you didn't party with Epstein.
Police have been looking into emails in which Andrew apparently shared confidential government information with Epstein. The latest batch of released files showing Andrew forwarded reports about foreign countries and trade opportunities to Epstein in 2010, when he was serving as a UK trade envoy.
Charles, how long have you known about Andrew and Epstein?
But the scandal has been growing for years.
That clip they show in the segment right there where someone said, "How long have you known about Andrew and Epstein?" and the crowd like erupts in shock and awe and disgust, like they're upset that someone said something about it. That blew my mind. Like, is everyone there just okay with it? They all rolled their eyes collectively like, "Oh, here we go, Epstein again. Can you just let it go? We're trying to ignore it." Like, what the fuck? I'm hoping I'm having like a bad read on what happened there, but I think it came across pretty clear that the people there were not too pleased to hear Epstein's name brought up there. They'd rather just pretend that it's not real, I guess. Which is crazy. And that's exactly what so many of these powerful politicians that have engaged in these unthinkable evil acts want. And people, just sheep, are okay with it. They're like, "Oh my God, look at this guy who went out of line and said something about Epstein and Andrew. This is crazy. Can someone shun that guy? Can we get him out of here?"
With other allegations, including of sexual misconduct against Andrew, including from Epstein victim Virginia Roberts Giuffre, seen in this picture with Andrew. The prince asked about it in an infamous interview in 2019.
She described dancing with you and you profusely sweating, and that she went on to have bath, possibly.
There's a slight problem with the sweating because I have a peculiar medical condition, which is that I don't sweat.
That one is a timeless Prince Andrew classic. That one is an iconic moment from Prince Andrew's time on Earth. I actually made a video on that 6 years ago. His defense was, this couldn't have happened. This is a big, bold lie. This is a fib because, well, I don't sweat. Even though there is so much proof of him sweating, this guy sweats. He's a fucking sweater. He sweats a lot, actually. It was the wackiest fucking defense. But again, he got away with it until very recently, it seems. And I guess it's not even clear if he hasn't got away with it. He's been arrested, but he's not, in jail or anything yet. They're still investigating. So, it's possible he still gets away with it. But for all of this time, he hadn't even been arrested or anything. So even, the worst fucking lie ever to protect himself about not sweating was enough. It's just so blatantly corrupt across the globe. They don't even bother trying to hide any of this or even cover it up at all, really. And people just excuse it. They just let it go. Like in that clip a moment ago, where someone brings up Andrew and Epstein and everyone's like, "Fuck you, buddy. I'm busy being a blind worshiper of this political figure. Come on, man. I'm busy trying to not think for myself." It's so sad and scary. Now, anyway, in America, obviously there haven't been any Epstein-related arrests since Maxwell, of course, and if Todd Blanche and the rest of the administration is anything to go by, it doesn't seem like they're interested at all in pursuing anything Epstein-related with clients or co-conspirators, anything like that. It doesn't seem like they're actually pursuing justice in any way, shape, or form. They're trying to hammer home the point that you shouldn't care about it, get over it. They are literally saying that. So it doesn't seem like there's any arrests coming to anyone there. And there have been a couple of very powerful people that have lost some of their positions at the corporations that they were a part of as a result of the Epstein files due to public pressure and scrutiny. So there have been some people that stepped down here, but again, no investigations, no arrests or anything like that. So it looks like they're still getting away with it. Even though they might not be at those mega corporations anymore, they still have unfathomable wealth and are not punished for their involvement in these Epstein files and all of their fucking crimes or anything. The administration is not interested in pursuing it, it seems. But who knows? Maybe Prince Andrew's arrest is the first domino to fall, and we'll see tons more arrests of these evil, vile people that are pulling the strings behind the curtain, that have gotten away with this evil for so long. Now, I want to put a little bonus clip in here because something else has just recently happened. A new name, well, I guess not a new name, but more information has come out with about Leslie Wexner and his involvement in the Epstein case, and a very interesting moment has just unfolded as he was being asked questions.
It was just regularly done. Answer the question.
His lawyer there said, "I will fucking kill you if you answer another question with more than 5 words, okay?" And then Les Wexner starts giggling about it. Do they teach that in law school? Is that part of the bar? I don't know if I've ever seen that strategy there from a lawyer. That's pretty alarming, I would think, right? Maybe? Yeah? I mean, come on. That's peculiar, right? For his lawyer to be saying something like that? Now, this is in an Epstein deposition. He also said some very fascinating stuff about Rothschild. Like, this had quite a bit in it, but this moment right here was by far the most odd. I would think most people would see this, hear this, and immediately recognize, okay, this is fishy. Anyway, though, Prince Andrew being arrested is good news. Don't let Trump fool you into thinking that it's sad news. An arrest finally being made in regards to Epstein. Oh my goodness. Maybe we can actually start getting punishment for some of these fucking monsters out there and learn who else is a part of it. Like this, I think this is a good thing, the arrest of Prince Andrew. Well, I should have seen this coming. Prince Andrew has been released. That didn't last very long. They got him in there and then they said, okay, time's up. He's still under investigation, supposedly, but yeah, he's not being held or anything. He was arrested, but he's now released. The investigation, supposedly ongoing. I made this video, like everything you have watched up until this point, I made this afternoon, and now this news is just now breaking about him being released, so definitely need to include that in here. I'm hoping that they're taking the investigation seriously, though I'm now skeptical because, well, I mean, they already let him go. That was very quick. He was there for a couple hours, maybe. He went in there, took a nap, and then went home, I guess. Well, that's the latest update on the Prince Andrew arrest. Alright, well, that's really about it. So yeah. Last year, the world was plagued by what is potentially the worst film ever made. War of the Worlds starring Ice Cube. And what if I told you the producer of that abomination, that affront to God, just directed a new film for Amazon called Mercy? Well, I guess it's not for Amazon, because it's in theaters right now. It's distributed by Amazon MGM. And now, after experiencing the cinema that is the style of Timur Bekmambetov, I can tell you with confidence, this guy's got it. And by it, I mean terrible fucking movies to his name. Timur Bekmambetov, and I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing his name correctly, but he has been in the film industry for an extremely long time. I went through his IMDb on stream, and he has produced some bangers, like 9, or Wanted, like some classic films. He has been behind them for a long time. So at one point, he did have an eye for quality, but I guess over the last 10 years, he decided to close his eyes, because now we're getting shit like War of the Worlds and now Mercy. I don't know what's changed or what's happened. What I will say, however, is that this film is a significant improvement to War of the Worlds. But then again, War of the Worlds can make even the Borderlands movie look like it's a fucking Nolan film, so it's not exactly like the highest praise, but truly Mercy is better than that, at the very least. I would even go as far as to say the first like 30-ish minutes are genuinely pretty entertaining. Like, it's a very simple concept. There's an AI judge, and Chris Pratt is now standing trial. He is a detective who actually helped kickstart this Mercy program, that's the name of it, where an AI will look at the immutable facts in order to pass judgment and execution on those who are guilty. It's the judge, jury, and executioner, and it is there to reduce crime, which has spiraled out of control, so now they have the Mercy program to keep people in line. And now Chris Pratt is in its clutches here for the murder of his wife, and he has 1 hour and 30 minutes to try and prove his innocence. Now, when I first watched the trailer, it actually looked like Chris Pratt didn't put any effort into it all, like he was just in a fugue state taking a paycheck. I will say, in the actual film here, he does try, and he does, I think, do a pretty solid job with this character who just found out his wife has been murdered, and now he's about to be executed for it because they have so much evidence that places him at the scene and places him as the killer. And now he's got to find a way to try and argue his case and compile new evidence and try and find who the actual killer is. In the trailer, I feel like they took his lowlights, like they actually just took his weakest moments from the film and used it as promotional material. Because again, in the actual film, he does a fine job, minus like some really rough scenes at the end. The entire third act of this film is actually just extraordinarily silly. Anyway though, this film is shot in similar fashion to War of the Worlds, where we are watching everything unfold through videos that are compiled through like cell phone footage or security camera footage or drone footage. Very much like what they did in War of the Worlds, but it seems like the budget here was a little bit higher, so the CGI doesn't look like it's straight out of fucking GeoCities from the late 90s. So it definitely looks visually a bit better, but not by a ton. There are a few explosions here towards the end of the film that genuinely look like video game cutscenes. Like, I don't know what's going on with the CGI here for these movies right now, but my god, some of the visuals were like actually bad. But for the most part, it was much better than War of the Worlds. But anyway, if you have seen Chris Pratt's movies and ever thought he moves around too much, well, let me tell you something. He doesn't move an inch in this movie. He is strapped to a chair for the entire fucking thing, save for, like, the very end. We're going to be getting into spoilers here, because I have got to talk about some of the wackiness to this film. Now, like I said, the first 30 or so minutes were actually pretty solid. It was setting up an interesting mystery with a damn near insurmountable task of trying to prove that you weren't the killer despite all of this evidence from a near omniscient AI that has every single fact at their fingertips. And with the Mercy program, they give the accused access to literally God mode, where they can see, find, and hear everything. So anything that Chris wants, he can ask for, and the AI judge will provide it, so that way he can try and prove his innocence. And just like in War of the Worlds, the AI can do anything lickety-split. So anytime Chris says, hey, can you find this bathroom? I'm looking for a glory hole that I might have caught a glimpse of in this one frame on this one video that you got from a nearby walkie-talkie that ricocheted off a radio tower. It's like, oh yeah, I've already found it. It only took me 2 seconds. It's like, okay, whatever. But that's fine. I don't have a huge issue with that. It's like silly, but whatever. It moves things along and lets the investigation get steam. But there are just some moments where it's genuinely laughable, the capabilities of the AI, where Chris can just be like, hey, my neighbor's got a bird feeder cam. Can you go ahead and pull that up? As if that would, for some reason, be something that it'd be readily available and easy to access. But the AI judge is like, oh yeah, I've got it right here. Looks like the internet went out, though, so it's going to take me a little while to rebuild the video archive. And it's like, okay. It takes her like 3 or 4 minutes or something. It's like, oh yeah, I think I heard a fart on this one piece of audio here from the murder scene. Can we reverse this fart here and find out whose butthole this was squeaked out of? And it's like, yeah, I've got that. And like, that's actually like a core part of things, not a fart in particular, but there is a photo that is torn in half, and Chris notices that there are 3 fingers from somebody that are in the photo. And Chris says, can you find out who those fingers belong to? And the AI is able to run the database of every single fucking person's fingers on the planet and somehow find an orphan that was a child in the photograph. And like, oh yeah, this is who it is. Which was a key piece of evidence, by the way. So like, it is a little over the top, but I also don't care that much because the whole thing is just kind of wacky in that way. But anyway, the film is very, 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 very predictable. I think anyone will watch this and know exactly who the real killer is. Because shocker, it's not Chris. I think you'll piece it together pretty much immediately. But then they start pulling out crazy ass pulls. Like, I mean the craziest ass pulls in the third act. But I don't even want to get to that yet. I want to talk about the journey even getting there. So Chris has got a partner, Jack, who he really trusts. He's also got a AA sponsor, Rob, who he really trusts. So he's trying to utilize them to help prove his innocence. Jack becomes like the main one he communicates with. So he basically keeps sending her out in the field to try and like do this and that to try and compile more evidence for him. And she has like a hover bike. So she scoots around on the hover bike and holy shit does it look bad. Actually looks like YouTube skit quality anytime you see her on that hover bike flying around the city. I don't know what they were thinking. They should have just like had her teleport or something at that point because it is so fucking goofy when she is on that hover cycle. But anyway, so he's sending her on those like odd jobs to try and like interview people or try and like search crime scenes for certain things, this and that. And through this, we learn that his wife was privy to a scheme at her business where one of her workers was stealing product and maybe using it to distribute drugs, something like that, to make money on top of all this very shady dealings. He uncovers this big conspiracy, this big plot. I'm fast forwarding through a lot here, but trust me, it's very good. Chris also eventually admits to being an alcoholic, and he had a huge argument with his wife the day she was murdered, and also a whole year leading up to this murder. Their relationship had soured. There was even talk of a divorce. Chris was very aggressive, even like slamming a knife one time, grabbing stuff out of her hand. And on the day she was murdered, Chris went to work and then inexplicably drove back home, broke the Ring doorbell in a fit of rage because he found out his wife took away his secret booze stash in his car. So then he closes the door, goes in, they argue for 26 minutes. He leaves, his daughter comes home, finds that her mother has been murdered. And the last words from the mother, which is on body cam when they're asking, as she's like fading away, shedding the mortal coil, they're like, who did this? Who did this? She says, Chris, which is never addressed again. I want you to keep that in mind. That is never addressed again. When asked, as she is dying, who is responsible, she answers the question saying, Chris, and then she kicks the bucket. But Chris didn't kill her. It is proven that Chris didn't kill her. Why the fuck did she say it was Chris? Like, it seemed like she was just trying to get like one fucking slam dunk in on him before she died, before she met her maker, in order to make sure that Chris also, suffers at the end too. She knew it wasn't Chris that killed her. The person that stabbed her, murdered her, was not Chris. Why did she say it was? Like, what the fuck? Like, I tried to be like very charitable, like, oh, maybe she was about to try and say like, it wasn't Chris, but she didn't get the first part out, or she was trying to like, say, Chris, I love you, or something on the way out, but none of that comes up. It is actually never addressed again why she would say it was Chris when it just wasn't. That is crazy. I won't bore you too much with like the middle stuff and all that, but when we find out who the real killer is, we learn that the killer was one of her work associates, the one that was stealing the product to maybe distribute drugs, and decided to murder his wife, Nicole, because she found out, wasn't really willing to play ball. And also there's a very close personal connection to Chris from the real killer. The real killer was able to pull off this kill by going to Chris's barbecue 2 days prior to the murder and hiding in the basement for 2 days, and then sprung out and stabbed and killed his wife. Now, the close personal connection is that picture I mentioned. Well, that kid with the 3 fingers was actually the brother of the real killer, and that brother was someone Chris sentenced to the mercy program where he was found guilty and wrongfully executed. And he never forgave Chris for it. So he got close to Chris for 2 years and then eventually killed his wife, built a bomb with all of the material he was stealing from their workplace and was going to crash the bomb into the Mercy headquarters, killing Chris and the AI with him in order to prove his brother's innocence. And he framed Chris for this. That was his master plan. Now, I want you to really think hard here. He planned this for 2 years. But his plan boiled down to just getting extremely fucking lucky that Chris, when he went to work, decided to come back home that same day. Because if he didn't come home that day and argue with his wife, then this would have never fucking worked. He would have not gotten away with the murder initially. Like, Chris would have never even been a suspect. So his plan that he planned for 2 years boiled down to just something that he could have never possibly foreseen. And he didn't even know Chris left for work, by the way, while hiding in the basement. He just guessed lucky. So Chris went to work and then just happened to notice the booze wasn't there. So he went home, argued with his wife, and then broke a vase, which ended up cutting his wife and got a little bit of blood on Chris. And Chris was like, really distraught about it. And that's how all of this evidence led to like them knowing for sure Chris had to be the murderer. But actually it was all part of the real killer's master scheme, which again, none of this he planned for. He couldn't have planned for any of that to happen. He just got lucky. It wasn't a master plan, yet they keep pretending as though it was. Like, when I learned who the killer was and what the method was and everything, it was actually just like a laughable moment. And then the entire third act, he's got this big semi with a bomb in the back that he's gonna blow up the fucking city with like the Joker. And then the police are so incredibly inept, they can't stop him, they can't do anything. So he just keeps like hitting all the police officers, and it's like the worst CGI carnage where the officers' cars are like ramping off tow trucks and the officers are going, as they're like getting slammed by the truck. They can't stop this guy. They've got the drones out on him. And by the way, I was really expecting them to do an Amazon shout out when there's a scene where Jack is like, I'm gonna get the scouting drone out. I thought for sure she was gonna say like, I'm gonna get the Amazon drone out. It's really good for scouting too, not just delivering packages immediately to your doorstep with Amazon Prime. Like what we saw in War of the Worlds. I thought for sure we were going to see some Amazon plugs. Surprisingly, we did not. But anyway, they got the drones out and shit. They still can't fucking stop this guy when all he has is the semi-truck. And then he eventually makes it into the Mercy headquarters. Chris has already proven his innocence now. They clearly know it's Rob. They have him dead to rights now. He is the murderer. And he also kidnapped Chris's daughter and brought her there because he wants to ruin Chris's life just like he ruined his by killing his brother. Well, by having his brother go to Mercy, which ended up killing him. He then argues with the AI judge that his brother was innocent, which is where another shocking twist comes into play, where he's arguing about how his brother was innocent, and it turns out Chris's partner, Jack, was actually the one who didn't process the phone from that guy's brother in his murder case, because his brother was said to have murdered a woman. Turns out he didn't murder that woman, and the phone that would have proven his innocence had been thrown off the side of a bridge by Chris's partner because she wanted to ensure that the Mercy program was a success so they could stop crime together. So they just framed a completely random dude for the murder of this woman, which Chris and the AI judge reveal at the very end there. So it's another big, like, twist moment. I'm serious, the entire third act is actually, like, very, very silly in like a fun, bad way. I probably don't need to yap any longer about it. It's not a good movie, but I will tell you, I had fun watching it. And I do think it is objectively a huge step up from War of the Worlds. So we're on an upward trajectory right now from this director-producer. So perhaps the next one's a fucking home run. Anyway, though, that's really about it. See ya. The amount of restraint I've shown over the last week resisting the near insatiable appetite to insult NVIDIA for DLSS 5 has been nothing shy of, like, saint-worthy, I would argue. Like, I have been the Zen master when it comes to this topic because I wanted to wait until the dust fully settled because I just knew, I smelt that stink in the air and I knew Krampus was right around the corner delivering some misery. I had a feeling it was only going to continue to snowball into this avalanche of embarrassment for NVIDIA, specifically their CEO Jensen. I knew that he would continue to make a fool of himself, and boy howdy, has he ever. So I'm going to show you some clips that I've recorded throughout the week on it, so you can watch it all unfold here in real time. But to give you where we're at right now, after the initial backlash, Jensen went out there and said, everyone's wrong, you guys just don't see the vision. It's not just a slop filter. It's called neural rendering, you swine. It's the most sophisticated form of art this planet is capable of producing, the apotheosis of video games, where we have AI come in and guess on what it should look like. Yeehaw. Basically, his whole response was, you guys just don't get it. He came in with the Neil deGrasse Tyson, actually, and then everyone collectively rolled their eyes. This is the same song and dance we're seeing from every industry ever as they scramble to find usage for AI that they've dumped endless billions into, and no one really wants it, except for like a pocket on Twitter that anytime AI gets mentioned, they open their mouth to just suck as much cock that they can from anything AI adjacent. But most people are like, okay, this is a feature I'll never turn on. And this was a pretty dog shit response from the CEO on why it's even here in the first place. And then today, it was revealed, thanks to a YouTuber having further correspondence with NVIDIA, that Jensen might have told a big old fib. Jensen might be a liar plants for hire when it comes to the topic of DLSS 5. And based on his further insight here, it's looking like everyone else was right with their theories on what DLSS 5 is doing, which is basically boiling it down to being a fucking Snapchat filter you can slap onto your games, where AI guesses and it just makes like a little fucking filter for everything. I highly recommend you watch Daniel Owen's full coverage of this. It is very fascinating because it basically just wipes its whole ass with everything Jensen was saying about it. So it feels like that was a desperate lie on his end based on new information here. And it really does seem like it's just a fucking Instagram filter that they slap on your games to look like fucking YouTube AI generated shorts. Cool. Very awesome. All right, now anyway, let me show you some of the older clips that I was recording throughout the week. That's kind of like the, you know, current timeline. That's where we're at. Now let me show you like the lore and how we got here. Zoinks! NVIDIA just made a new announcement here for an upcoming feature, and I really don't think that it's gone over as well as they had hoped it would. It has been a unifying moment, really, that brought everyone together under the same banner of disgust. Pretty much everyone's giving this big thumbs down, boos. It was this showcase right here, announcing NVIDIA DLSS 5, an AI-powered breakthrough in visual fidelity for games, coming this fall. DLSS 5 infuses pixels with photorealistic lighting and materials, bridging the gap between rendering and reality. Oh yeah, it's hitting all those glorious buzzwords you love to see. It's not just rendering, it's considering all the endless possibilities M-dash, gawk gawk on cock cock. Like, it's just, even the announcement feels like it was AI powered. The whole thing is just really uninteresting to the vast majority of people, and the showcase for the power of the tech is laughable. Actually laughable. NVIDIA, more like Activia, the way they just took a shit here with this announcement. Gee willikers. Betsy, my eyes have been blessed. After seeing the glory of DLSS 5 in action, I can't even stomach the idea of looking at Resident Evil Requiem with its old graphics out of the box. Ugh. At long last, Resident Evil has been saved thanks to the power of NVIDIA's DLSS 5 slapping a Snapchat filter on the game. I don't think it enhances the visuals at all. This isn't an improvement. It just makes it look like less of a game and more of a YouTube AI short. That's it. It just has that same glossy, soulless, wacky fucking feel to it. So now it doesn't even really look like a game anymore. It just looks off. This is the same DNA of those goobers that always go online saying like, don't worry, I fixed Breaking Bad. I ran it through Gen AI to improve its visuals, and it like handsome squidrifies everything. Like in their first example here, Grace actually looks like a different character with DLSS 5 on. It looks like it really messes with the model's face here, even though I'm pretty sure it's just an AI filter. It take some liberties there. And it's not just Grace, but I think that one's a pretty clear example. It looks like a different character from the screenshots we see of it there. Like, it's just, I don't know. It's that same, like, I hate this mentality of like, all right, here's what the artists made, here's what they developed, but we know better at NVIDIA. Let me show you what AI thinks this should look like. The real vision. This is probably what they intended, which does nothing for me. It doesn't enhance the visuals, at least to my taste, so it's definitely something that I'm going to keep off. Now, of course, this is a feature that you can toggle on or off at your heart's content, so you're not forced to have DLSS 5 on, but I imagine a lot of people will elect to because there's plenty of people out there that just like to have their eyes glaze over and just clap it photorealism AI. So this is going to be right in line with something I'm sure they're very happy about. Even though I also don't think this actually looks photorealistic in a game. It looks like when you ask Grok, hey, make this image ultra realistic, and it just makes that shit look jarring. Perfect example of how trivial the improvements are with DLS 5. All it did was bump up the saturation on this character's clothing and face, where their face almost looks blown out, like cel-shaded even, almost like a Borderlands character, and then added a few additional wrinkles. Cool, I guess. What an amazing feature. I just think it's so obviously off, too. Like, even if you never told me that this was some kind of, like, AI feature or something, or filter, whatever, and you put this Hogwarts image of that character side by side with the DLSS 5 enhanced turbo version of it, I would still gravitate towards the actual video game graphics looking one as opposed to the one that looks like a goddamn Thomas Kincaid painting where it's all like glossy and off. Like it doesn't even really look like gaming graphics in the first place. It does just look like standard AI slop short. Ugh, this section was a double whammy of sin. Not only does the AI filter here look like shit, but it also had to remind me of Starfield's existence. Ugh! And somehow it does the unthinkable and makes Starfield look worse, like the characters in Starfield look worse. Now they just look plastic, as opposed to like lifeless husks in the actual Starfield game. With DLSS 5 engaged, it looks like little plastic, almost like porcelain creatures. And especially like that one where they're carrying the boxes, that looks like you're watching Spy Kids 3D without your 3D glasses on. It's just so weird looking. Like, I don't think it's an improvement visually. But all that being said, make sure all of you at home activate DLSS 5 on this video so you can watch me polymorph into Keanu Reeves thanks to the power of AI. Now, Digital Foundry also just posted a video doing a deeper dive here into DLSS 5.
And yet we're still seeing transformative changes here, particularly in terms of character rendering, which is an area where Starfield received quite a lot of criticism.
And surely this would help with that. Look at how much better that looks.
Yeah, and
oh my
I
God.
found this very interesting. So we saw spilling out over the scene in a much more realistic manner where you're getting those contact shadows.
It's horrifying. Oh, thank God.
Even they
Thank you for
pointed out,
applying
like,
the
some
slop
of
filter.
the,
Now I
character
can
models
enjoy
are
this.
A little bit on the side, but they still look
like garlic to a vampire. Keep DLS 5 on.
We put DLSS 5.
Ah, thank heavens.
I mean, they look a little
much
bit
better.
uncanny, I would say, but definitely the overall portrayal of those characters is much more sophisticated.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess to some people out there that are addicted to AI slop, this would be great. But I mean, if you fall into that camp, I think you should just go voluntarily institutionalize yourself somewhere, get some professional help. Because I think that's fucking terrible. There's a couple things they show in the Digital Foundry video where, like, I can almost see someone being like, oh, that's super cool. When it comes to, like, environmental lighting in some of the games they showed. Because there are times where they use the DLSS 5 showing, like, some environments where it, like, cleans up some of the lighting. But also in doing so, it gets rid of certain things, like shadows. It doesn't really like a lot of shadows in some of these places. So then it just feels very sterile. And then it also then stops looking like a game and once again falls into looking just AI generated. So I don't like that either, but I have seen a lot of people really excited about it, which, I mean, I'm not your fucking dad. If you want to activate DLSS 5, by all means, all power to you. I just think it looks not great. It seems like a useless feature. It feels like a useless use of resources. Alright, big news today. There's quite a few reports of game companies out there that also aren't excited about DLSS 5, such as Capcom here, that was reportedly in the dark about it, and based on reports, pretty anti-AI when it comes to practices like this. A lot of companies have actually come forward based on information out there now, saying that this isn't something they signed off on and isn't something that they like, which is unfortunately a big blow to everyone that was coping and doing their best to defend DLSS 5 by saying, look, some of these developers are really excited about it. And then they mention Ubisoft, because Ubisoft seems to be like the only place that is really celebrating this, because now they get to be even fucking lazier, I guess. If you have Ubisoft singing the praises of something, the good rule of thumb is it must be bad. I can't believe we've reached the point where now people are like using Ubisoft as like a look, no, this is a good thing because Ubisoft says so. You are really scraping the bottom of the barrel if you're saying that Ubisoft pumping their fists means we all should be happy about it. There is no corporation more delusional in this universe than Ubisoft. Everything they touch turns to shit. It's the opposite of the Midas touch. It's just the mid-ass touch that they have. They literally can't do anything right. So I really don't think this is a strong champion here for why DLSS 5 is amazing in this breakthrough innovation that's going to usher gaming into the next golden age or anything. You have to remember, when Ubisoft smiles, the rest of the world frowns. It's just always bad news when it comes to Ubisoft. Anything they like is something that is probably shitty. So I don't think that they're necessarily a good gauge for how excited the rest of the industry is and we've just got to get with the times or anything. It is a feature that just doesn't seem very good. It's something people aren't really asking for. Gen AI to overwrite some of the look of the game. An AI filter for their game so they can see it through the lens of what AI thinks it should look like. That's not appealing to me, and it's clearly not appealing to a lot of people out there. I don't think it makes the games look better. It just makes them look like just generic AI slop. And now, based on all this information we have out there, it seems like the CEO of NVIDIA has lied about what it actually is when he was saying everyone was wrong. Thanks to Daniel Owens doing a lot of digging on this and pressing them with actual legitimate insightful questions, it really feels like it genuinely is just a Gen AI filter that you could slap on your games that I think make them look much less like games and much more like fucking mobile ads promoting like an AI girlfriend. It's, I think, terrible. So it will be perma off in all of my games. But I've got to be honest with you, I'm really excited to see what Jensen has cooked up next. I'm really excited for his next round of PR disasters here where he tries to once again defend it and mislead people on what it is or what it's doing. But anyway, that's the scoop on DLSS 5 for now. That's really about it. So yeah, I like shiny cardboard. I do not like grading the shiny cardboard. I do not like green eggs and ham. I have said it for many moons now. I think grading cards is hooey. I know I've spit and shit about this topic for a while, but it's true. I just think it's a bunch of horseradish. You pay hundreds, sometimes thousands of dollars to grade your cards, and sometimes they get damaged. Other times, it just feels like it's truly just RNG, the roll of the dice, and it's entirely dependent on whoever's manhandling your card's mood on that given day with whatever grade they decide to dole out. To me, it just always feels inconsistent, so I just really never think that it's worth the money to get cards graded. And I know people make entire careers out of buying and selling graded cards and all of that. All power to you. I'm not your fucking dad. I'm not coming in there with a belt making you stop just because I don't like it. You do what you want to do. But there is just very real problems with the whole practice of grading cards, especially when it comes to things like PSA. And that's what we're about to talk about today. PSA is probably one of the biggest when it comes to card grading. I'm sure all of you have heard their brand name tossed around quite a bit. When it comes to card grading, they're like fucking Kleenex, where when people talk about a graded card, they usually say like PSA plus the number as opposed to like just general card grading. The same way when people talk about tissue, sometimes they say, can you give me a fucking Kleenex? Like, it's gotten to that level where they are just that big. They're kind of the top dog. but I also just really don't like them in particular. I think they're one of the worst in the card grading industry, and it's an industry I already think is full of corruption in general. And today I saw a video breaking down a wild situation where someone had an extraordinarily rare card. I'm talking less than 50 of these cards in the world, at least that are known about. It's a PSA, or was, RIP, God rest its soul, a PSA 10 Deoxys lenticular card. So basically it's 3 art in 1, and it's from over 22 years ago. There are only a handful of these out there, and the estimated price based on like recent data is around $45,000 for this card. And this individual had this card, and they wanted it to get reholdered. And when they sent it to PSA, they fucking blasted it. They annihilated that card, and what he received back was a PSA 6. What they're citing is a PSA 6, noting that it was damaged, unfortunately. And instead of like paying him what the card's actual value would be worth, they aren't willing to do that. They're instead hiding behind this fair market value number they're pulling out of their dirty rectum and offering significantly less. So I want to show you some of this video and go over this because it is very scummy from everything I can see.
This is a holy grail for some Deoxys collectors. And I'll tell you, it's a grail for a reason. It's got it all. It's old and it's very exclusive. It was only given out for the release of Pokemon's 7th movie, Destined Deoxys, and only in Japan was this card given out. And it's super cool because it's the only small lenticulated card to exist. Yeah, here's an example of a lenticulated Charizard card, or what lenticulated means. The card changes depending on the angle you look at it. Here's a little video that shows you how cool this card is.
This Pokemon card is actually 3 cards in one. When you move this card up and down, Deoxys will change into a different form.
This is just showing you the card itself and what makes it so rare and valuable to collectors. Lenticular shit from back in the day is actually really hype. I don't know if you can see it on camera, but right here, I actually have my original copy of Majora's Mask with the lenticular label on it. It's so fucking cool. And this is a really rare card, especially to find in a pristine condition. It's been over 2 decades. So having a PSA 10 is very, very rare.
This is a sick card. And this particular card was originally graded as a 10. Originally. Now, how did that change? Well, it happened through a process called reholdering. Older PSA as a company, a grading company, was a little more lenient on Pokemon cards or just cards in general at the time. So when you get an older slab, you expect a lesser quality condition of a card, even if it is in a 10. Logan Pulse Pikachu. And you'll see this happen at Pokemon card shows. People will ask if my card has a older certification number, meaning it was graded at a older point in time. And if they are graded at an older point in time, they're actually worth a little less. So what some people do is they get their cards reholdered.
Which is exactly what this individual is doing. They wanted it reholdered so they could have an updated slab showing that it is a pristine 10, even by modern, more strict grading standards, because that would then fetch a higher price to collectors that want to purchase the item. And according to the original Reddit post, they actually did have someone offer in excess of $45K. I'm assuming that may have been dependent on like the reholdering maintaining a 10, which is probably why they were like really gung-ho about doing it. And then disaster struck, and then the Fire Nation attacked.
Now imagine the shock that Brian felt when he submitted his super old, super rare, already in a PSA 10 Deoxys for reholdering, and it came back to him as a PSA 6, losing about 90% of its value. And it wasn't because he did anything wrong, but PSA actually damaged his card. 268-279-56, I actually looked it up, and as you can see, it actually has been deemed back down to an EX Mint 6. They kept the same certification number, and they turned it down from a PSA 10 all the way down to a PSA 6.
Again, just to make sure it's very clear, the reason he was doing this is because with an older slab, it was more lenient, which means buyers wouldn't pay as much because there's a chance it's not actually a 10. Maybe there's like some scuffs here, a little poop over there, like who really knows? So he was getting it reholdered to update that to fetch a higher price. And what happened is, and you can see it through searching the serial number, it got regraded all the way down to a 6. And then after corresponding with PSA via email, which we're about to look at, it's because they fucked it up. they ruined it. They took away the vast majority of the value of this card, which is life-changing money, mind you, all because they made a whoopsie-daisy. Oh, clumsy us, real butterfingers. We seem to have crumpled it up and used it as toilet paper. But don't worry, we slabbed it, and we've updated the serial number in our system, so now everyone will know that this is now a 6. Why aren't you happy? This is what you paid for. So here's the email. My name is Dorothy, and I'm a supervisor for the Customer Relations Department team here at PSA. Thank you for taking the time to speak with me this morning as discussed over the phone. CERT, and that's the Deoxys, was unfortunately impacted during our encapsulation process. This did lead the card to no longer merit the grade of a PSA 10. Instead, our head of grading has provided that the new grade is a PSA 6. I am provided the details below. Dorothy, come on! You're going to make a grammar mistake like that? This is less than professional. I am provided. It should be I have provided the details below. Come on, get with the program, Dorothy. Take this seriously. Along with our offer based on our findings of the fair market value. That's a boogeyman term with PSA, by the way.
They say the description, the card, and the original 10. They confirm that it's originally a 10, and they say that the fair market value is $20,000. And here's where we're going to get some issues. They said the grade of the value of the 6 is $750, and with the ordering fees, I can't believe they included the order fee here, that it costed $190 just to destroy their card. And so they go on to say that they would like to offer the market value difference in the form of credit on an account or a check and remove their insane respective grading fee, which, oh my gosh, I can't believe you'd spend $200 just for them to rewrite a number on a card.
Quick pause here, a little halftime show, because I have been screeching about that to the high heavens for so long. PSA overcharges the fuck out of everyone who makes the mistake of using their services. You pay an arm and a leg for the most basic of services, and they arbitrarily jack the price up as they're jacking themselves off on top of your cards, giving you whatever grades they decide to pull out of their ass that day, and their numbers make no sense. It's extremely expensive to do, like, basically anything even remotely adjacent to card grading through PSA. So, like, I'm not surprised at all about the reholdering being nearly $200 just to fucking update the slab. It's crazy, man. It is actually crazy. That price didn't shock me in the slightest. I'm actually surprised it wasn't $1,000, knowing PSA.
They would also like to offer to have the item encapsulated as the current PSA grade or as authentic at no additional cost. How kind of them. As discussed on the phone, I understand you have concerns with initial market values. Please note our fair market value pricing is established by calculating the average sold prices for comparable items. And they say if you show any difference, we'll forward them to the pricing evaluation team. Now, the reason why this is such a crazy deal and such an insane, insulting offer is because the last sale on this card was $45,000. Offering $20,000 as an average is a spit in the face, and I'll explain later why.
This is where it gets extremely spicy. That card sold only a couple of weeks ago by PSA. And this is where it gets a little conspiratorial, but I think there's a lot of merit to it. There are people that are speculating that they didn't actually damage his card when reholdering it. The encapsulation process, it's a psyop. It's not real. What they're thinking might have happened is PSA, when reholdering that PSA 10 Deoxys that was submitted, they took it and then sold it themselves and then instead gave him a 6, saying that it was damaged and now it's down to a 6. That is a theory, just a little game theory that a lot of people have, because you need to stop and consider just how unlikely these circumstances are that PSA had 2 PSA 10 Deoxys lenticular cards from 2004 at the same time when there is only 38 of these cards in the fucking known universe. And somehow PSA had 2 of them at the same time. When this card was being reholdered, they had already been selling this other 10 that they had for $45,000. The timing is just very suspicious. PSA was who sold that $45,000 Deoxys. But even setting aside the conspiracy, even if that's entirely just wrong and a bunch of fiddlesticks, They have their own data to pull from for the fair market value. They, PSA, sold this exact same card, this PSA 10 Deoxys, only a matter of weeks ago for $45,000. So wouldn't basic logic stand to reason that they would view that card as $45,000? So why are they now telling this poor guy here who just lost this card now because of their incompetence that actually fair market value is about 20K, so we'll give you 19K because we're splitting the difference here with the 6 and that, when they themselves have already sold it for 45K? They should know that that is the fair market value. That's what you just fucking sold it at. So why are you feeding this guy a bunch of nonsense? Why are you blowing smoke up his butt? That's why it's been like so big. And like, well, I mean, just damaging a card this rare is already going to be a big story, but this blows up even further because of just how fishy and shady this whole thing is from PSA. They sold this exact card for 45K. Why are you now trying to turn around and say that it's only worth 20K to this individual here whom you've just ruined that exact card for? It doesn't make sense. It's weird.
And the thing is, if they gave him a decent offer, I wouldn't need to make this video. They actually threatened the dude if he made it public. This is like the stuff I would expect Kevin O'Leary to write if he was on a PR team. Please let me know once you find those listings or if you choose to accept our offer. Should you choose to accept the offer, due to the offer being over $500, we would need you to sign a standard release agreement. So their excuse is that because the offer is over $500, he needs to sign a hush-hush document. If you approve the resolution as offered, you would receive an email link to the DocuSign to review and sign the agreement. Please be aware that should you accept this settlement offer, our standard settlement agreement includes a confidentiality provision. Sorry, I'm sick. My brain is fried right now. Any public disclosure of the settlement offer may result in our rescinding the offer.
That's pretty stern. That's rather frank, but they do give you a nice little sweet apology at the end saying they sincerely apologize, and I think that's coming from a genuine place. Thank you so much, Dorothy, for that. Now let's get into the meat and potatoes. As he said, if it was like a decent offer, it's like, hey, we blew it here, man. We ruined your card. We'll just give you like the 45K or whatever that the card is worth. We literally just sold one, and we'll move on past this. But they don't do that. Instead, they lowball him an offer based off of just imaginary nothing math because they're trying to screw this guy over. And then they're saying at the end of the email that if he accepts it, they're basically going to lock him into confidentiality where he can't disclose anything about it because it would make PSA look really bad. And I think it's pretty clear he probably hasn't accepted that offer. I imagine, will be rescinding the offer, as Dorothy threatened to do in the end of the email there. And I think it just is a really, really bad look for PSA here across the board. I don't think they could have handled this any worse. But I also think this is a really nice look at how a company like PSA operates. I have said PSA is shady for a while. Dorothy calls it a standard form, which leads me and many others to believe that this is just the norm for them, that if they ruin your shit and it's over $500, they'll lock you down into being like quiet about it, so they'll pay you off like hush money and you can't talk about like, the settlement, which I can almost see the logic behind, because like PSA probably doesn't want people hearing that they're ruining cards over like $500 because then people won't feel comfortable sending them the cards. But on the flip side of that coin, it would probably be good for their image to be like, hey, look, mistakes happen. We handle so many cards, this volume. There are going to occasionally be these hiccups. And when that happens, look at all of these people we've taken care of when we've made an error. Like, I feel like you would want them to like say like, no, I was upset about it initially, but then it got squared away. They gave me exactly what the card was worth. But that's clearly not how they operate. They'd rather just have it be like seemingly really lowball fair market value that they just make up poof out of nowhere based on nothing tangible. Like, it looks like what they tried to do is take really old sales of that card and then like kind of take into account their most recent sale and then find the average, but that's a stupid way of doing it because of how much the hobby and just the reselling has blown up. Like, it makes no sense why you wouldn't just take the data from the most recent sale your fucking self has just done. It seems like it's just a very underhanded tactic in order to try and justify these lowball amounts that they're offering that appear to be standard based on Dorothy's email. And the confidentiality, I just don't think is a good idea. Even though I can almost see why they're trying to do that, I think it's still just a shitty look. I think it would be far more effective if they just said, like, again, we made a mistake. and this is how we correct it. Look, he's even posting about it. We gave him exactly what the card was worth when we fucked up. I think that's a lot better than, we fucked up your card, now shut up and take this much lesser amount than what the card was worth.
So in the final picture, Brian includes the sales of all the past, cards of the same card, all the past sales is what I'm trying to say. And as you can see here, the last sale in February 2026 was $45,000. Now, just to clarify, because apparently Tony over here says, my only thing is that the card itself is different in that 45K sale, like different artwork. If you compare the exact same card, then they are fair. Oh my God. This card, they're saying the artwork is different because it doesn't look the same as this one over here. It's the same card. It's lenticulated. It has 3 different artworks on it.
I liked that section because I also saw a couple of people on like the original post saying, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? It's not even the same card. The art's different. So I guess we've reached a point where people don't remember what lenticular means, like what those items are, like what they look like. The reason it looks different there is because it's just at a different angle, so you're seeing one of the different arts. It's lenticulated. There's 3 arts there. Like, Jesus Christ, it's the same card. And it only takes like 1 second, actually 1 second, to just type it in yourself to double check, like, is this the same card? Like, I don't know, it's different artwork, but maybe I just don't know what lenticular means. Let me look it up. Oh, okay. No, I see. Now I get it. But no one wants to do that anymore. They'd rather just immediately just type that stupid shit.
And I know some of you are wondering, like, look at these other sales. They go from, they're 5,500, they're 10K, 15K. Why is this 45K the one we're looking at? Well, you answered your own question. Because as you can see, cards are fluid. Their prices are going to go up. And it's only getting higher as time goes on. And when a card goes up in value, you can't just value the next card you sell based on the average of the past 3. That's not how it works. If anything, the card should be worth more money because as you can see, there's a clear demand for this card and it's going up as time goes on.
Not only that, with a card this rare, every one of those sales, the reason it keeps going up is because there's less and less of them that exist, and there's not going to be more. I would be beyond surprised if we saw another PSA 10 of this card within the next, 2 or 3 years. It's very, very, very rare. So that's the reason it keeps climbing. So the most recent sale being 45 should be the one that they would look at the fair market value for and extrapolate it's at least 45K. You wouldn't be taking the averages of the other ones because it's growing in demand and also in scarcity. There's not going to be more. So it's going to go up. And they know that. Again, this is just a very convenient way of trying to save quite a bit of money here for their boo-boo. Anyway, though, this is a good breakdown of the PSA situation here from Snomnom. I'll link the original in the description. And yeah, that's really about it. So, when I heard they were making an It show, I kind of had the same gut reaction everyone else did, which was to write it off and just pretty much assume it was going to be, at best, mid. But as I've always said, even things that I'm pretty confident I will hate, I will always give a fair shake to and approach with an open mind, willing to be pleasantly surprised and proven wrong. And in the case of It, Welcome to Derry, the TV show, I was pleasantly surprised. I was wrong, for the most part. I don't think it's a perfect show or anything, but it is significantly better than I would have expected it to be. Now, I'm going to be getting into spoilers, as I always do these days, so this is your fair warning. This show added a lot of things to it that I think on paper sound fucking stupid. Like actual crack pipe smoking dumb ideas that if I just read a plot synopsis for this series and saw it in there, I would giggle at it and just immediately wipe my ass with this show. But actually watching it, it shines. In particular, I'm talking about Halloran. Halloran is a powerful psychic with the military who they're using as fundamentally a Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 UAV kill streak. He is a psychic that they are trying to use as a compass to target and locate it, the crash site of this entity. So that way they can use it to stop conflict across the globe by just instilling debilitating fear in them. They want to capture it and use it, and they're using Halloran to find it. and he has psychic abilities in the truest sense of the word. He literally does have psychic abilities, not to like Mob Psycho level or anything, but he can poke around in people's brain. He can incapacitate people with his mind. He can see into them. He can like astral project himself. And I would have not expected something like that for it. But man, it works really well in this show. And I think it's because of how good of a character Halloran himself is. He is a very interesting character, a complex, deep character that we learn a lot about, spend a lot of time with, and see do some really cool shit. So it worked. Like, I would have never expected it to, but it did. Another thing I would have never expected to work really well was having it not always be Pennywise. Because the most iconic part about this entity is the Pennywise element to him, especially with Bill Skarsgård being Pennywise. He does such a phenomenal job as that character. Well, in Welcome to Derry, this entity is not Pennywise at all, really. You don't see Pennywise in the way that you've seen him in the past until like episode 6 at the end. For the most part, it is doing all kinds of other things to scare and kill its victims in Derry. And it works really well. It is brutal, especially the end of the first episode. That was probably one of the most shocking episode premieres I've ever seen, because it like lulls you into this false sense about where the show's going and how it's going to play out. Like, oh, we've been down this road before. It's going to basically be like the losers versus Pennywise again, but this time a little deeper in the past. Okay, snooze fest. And then the end of that episode hits, and it's just a fucking slaughter of everyone you thought was safe, that everyone you thought was going to be a main character just dead, brutalized, like annihilated. It was surprising, but it wasn't shock for the sake of shock, because that becomes an integral part of where the series goes from there. That is like its main motivator, because then you follow two characters that survived it, and how, as a result of those deaths, Ronnie, one of the characters that survives it, her father's being framed for the kids dying there. And Lily, she's had her own traumatic experiences, and people think she's crazy, so no one believes her, and she can't tell people, and she has to find a way to try and prove she's not crazy, and so that way she doesn't get sent back to, Arkham Asylum. It's like a really interesting direction Welcome to Derry goes that I didn't expect it to at all. And it works really well. I think they are very creative with how it terrorizes and kills in this series. Now, with that being said, sometimes the way that it terrorizes and kills looks like absolute dog shit. There are moments in this series that the CGI is just embarrassing. In particular, episode 3. Holy shit, the entire cemetery section where they're trying to take a photo of the entity to prove that Ronnie's father wasn't the one responsible and that there is a monster that's killing kids. And they go to a cemetery to try and provoke it, and then they end up getting ganked by a bunch of ghosts and chased around by them. And my god, it looks terrible. It reminded me of the early 2000s Haunted Mansion movie with Eddie Murphy. Visuals to that level. It was really awful looking. The visuals completely ate shit throughout that entire sequence. And not just there are multiple other instances throughout the series where the CGI just looks super half-baked and unfinished, as if they forgot to texture it but then ran out of time, so they just said, fuck it, do it live, ship it. There are moments where the CG is just very, very bad. I also think there are quite a few times where the writing is also atrocious. For the most part, I think the show has solid writing, especially when it comes to some of its main characters, but there are other times where it feels like what they ended up, just printing was placeholder. It feels like there's no way this is how they actually wanted it to come across. For example, I think the most egregious moment of baffling writing choices is in their mission in the sewers. So they've located an artifact that they want to track down, and so the military does a mission in the sewers, and they send an elite team in there in order to find it, and they're being led by a member of the secret organization tasked with keeping the being under control so it doesn't just, run rampant. So they have this big team together, they're going through the sewers, and they are very familiar with the entity at this point. They know that it wants to separate, isolate, and kill, They know that anything they see in the sewers that they can't explain, they have to kill, they have to shoot, because it is most likely it about to attack and kill them. Like, they know everything about this. The only thing they don't know is the landscape of the sewers, but that doesn't matter, because what ends up happening is when they go in the sewers, pretty much instantly, they all just start splitting off. So, like, they're walking through the sewers and it's a single file line, and you would expect that they'd be in, like, constant contact with each other, like, talking, so that way they know everyone's still in line, or at least, like, turning around and checking every now and then. But that's not how it works at all in the sewer. What ends up happening is, the second that they have to, like, drop into some water, they, like, the first couple that do so, then, like, push a whole mile ahead before the rest do. So, like, they are now completely separated. So they're so far away from the group now that they can't even hear, like, screams from them or anything. So then, like, the next wave of the line goes through the water, and then Halloran gets to the water, and he gets pulled under, and the two guys behind him saw it happen, so they're like, oh, what the fuck just happened? We gotta find Halloran. He just got, like, yanked under. Where are you? Start saying words. Scream. You know, like that kind of thing. Scream if you love it. Ah, come on, just anything. And nobody ahead of them can hear any of this, like the splashing around, the screaming, the yelling, because they are now so far ahead, and they haven't checked at all if anyone's still with them. So these two guys are looking for Halloran. These two guys are now isolated, so they get ambushed by it. It is like the craziest shit, because they already know that it is there, and they know that it wants to separate and isolate them. Why wouldn't they at least be turning around to make sure everyone's still there? It's like the quickest and simplest action to take, but it doesn't happen. So then, Hanlon and Polly, who are characters that are very important, we've spent a decent chunk of time with them, they happen to notice that the others are missing, so they then go back to look for them without informing the two ahead of them. So there's just never any communication, so the two ahead of them continue pushing forward without knowing that Hanlon and Polly have left. Hanlon and Polly go look for them, now they're isolated, and now they're getting ambushed by it. Like, it's just so fucking stupid, because all it would take is just like a simple, like, sound off, like, hey, you guys still there? Or even just like one of these, like looking over their shoulder. And then they'd be able to immediately recognize whether or not they're all still in a group or separated. And because of that lack of communication or lack of really doing anything sensible, the whole thing goes tits up and everything is, you know, out of control now. Like, that was just so fucking silly to me, because it just felt so unnatural. Up until this point, most of the characters, I would say, were making mostly smart decisions, at least on, like, you know, how they handle certain things. But in the sewers, everyone got hit with, like, a stupid beam. Like, I don't understand what went so wrong there. Like, it feels like that would be, like, they knew what they wanted to do with have this mission going wrong in the sewers and all of that, but they didn't know a way of doing it other than just having every character just all of a sudden become like a fucking lobotomite. And in that same episode with the sewers, Paulie does a heroic sacrifice where Hanlon believes that he just saw his son in the sewers, but that doesn't make any sense, because why would his son be there? And we had just seen moments before he had saw, like, you know, something else that wasn't actually there. So the idea is Hanlon is now just going to shoot his son because he thinks it's it. But Paulie notices, no, that's actually his son in the sewers. So he, like, jumps in front of the bullet, sacrificing himself and saving Hanlon's son. That was really a fucking stupid way of killing off Paulie, because he noticed immediately that his son was actually there. It's not it. And he was going to act immediately. You saw him look to Hanlon, and he still had quite a bit of time. I understand it's in slow motion, but he still had enough time to jump in front of the bullet. All he had to do was just hit his gun up. He was right next to him. All he had to do was just push his gun up. Like, it would have been actually significantly faster, and it would have been a lot safer for everyone, too, to just push his gun up or push his gun down, instead of just, like, throw himself in front of the bullet. I thought that was just, like, a really lazy way of killing him off, and I do not think that sacrifice hit as hard as I think they wanted it to. And there's a few other notable examples I could pull from for writing that I really just don't think landed, but there's no point in just going through each one of them. I just think there were quite a few instances where the writing really floundered, but like I said, for the most part, I think they did a good job narratively, and especially with the characters. It's just there are moments that had me kind of roll my eyes a little bit. But I would like to mention one more thing that I didn't like too much, and it does still kind of tie into the writing. When they're going through the explanation for the genesis of it, I just thought that was a little silly. like, not in the way that it was presented. So basically what happens when we're learning about the origins of it, it's Hanlon who has infiltrated the mind of one of the members of the secret organization that keeps it contained. Well, contained is real loosey-goosey. It runs wild. It still does kill a ton of people, but they write it off as like acceptable losses as part of the cycle. But anyway, he's inside of that individual's mind, and he is seeing the past where when he was a kid, his aunt had asked him to recite the story of the Galoo, which is something that was a children's tale that they were all told, but it is true. The Galoo is it. And it's basically the story of how an evil spirit crash landed on Earth in a falling star, and the impact was so great that the falling star split, and thus its cage was broken, and it could, go out and kill now because it was no longer contained. And I don't mind any of that. Like, that's all cool, actually. But what it boils down to at the end, though, is that pieces of that falling star they took and turned into, like, a dagger in order to fight it. And they turned it into these artifacts that are used to keep it afraid of going past the artifacts. So that way it stays in the Western wood. And I just didn't love that. I really just didn't like the idea of having, like, just, this Excalibur it weapon and these very powerful artifacts they buried in the ground to keep them locked in there. I don't know. That didn't sit super right with me. I always preferred more of the mystery of it as opposed to it now kind of boiling down to, like, it's a Marvel villain that they can fight with this weapon. I didn't love that direction as all. Not the biggest deal in the world because the show is still very solid. Like, I did enjoy Welcome to Derry far more than I expected to, and it has an absolute banger ending, and I'm very curious where they're going to go further with this now. Overall, I really was surprised by how entertaining the show was. So, it was a nice pleasant surprise being wrong on this show. Anyway, that's really about it. So, yeah. Right after the Stranger Things finale aired, a lot of people were drawing comparisons to Game of Thrones Season 8, and I thought that was pretty overblown. Like, it's not the most amazing finale, it wasn't the greatest final season, but it's nothing even close to the catastrophe, the downright sinful finale to Game of Thrones. See, even just saying its name evokes waste from my body to be expelled. That was gross with Game of Thrones Season 8. Stranger Things Season 5 was just But there is a comparison you can draw when it comes to how the writers are explaining some glaring issues with the finale. In Game of Thrones, there was an infamous clip from one of the goobers saying, "She just forgot about the Iron Fleet. Daddy just forgot about the Iron Fleet." It's up there with somehow Palpatine returned, except it's even worse than that. Just forgot about the Iron Fleet. Oh, right, makes sense. And that's been a meme for a while, and it's just been like a source for spit where people will always quote that as like an example of dog shit writing where there's no explanation or even an iota of justification for it. Oh, we were hitting some whippets and slipped our mind would be more honest than just saying like, no, actually, the character is the one that forgot, and it makes perfect sense if you don't think about it. You want to hit this whippet? Like, it's very silly. In Game of Thrones right now, the Duffers, they're doing something kind of similar. People have had a lot of questions about a lot of really interesting choices, as well as some huge plot holes. Spoilers. Getting into spoilers. This is your warning. Spoiler alarm. Okay, now we're getting into it. The biggest one that a lot of people have been clowning on them for and even making memes about is the absence of the Demogorgons, the Demodogs, the Demobats when the crew enters the Abyss. Literally the home turf, this is where they spawn, they pop out of the fucking womb up here, and yet not a single thing is in the Abyss other than Vecna and the Mind Flayer. How is that possible? Why are they not there now at the most important moment? So people have been making memes that the Demogorgons, were off taking selfies in France and shit, or, whatever. Popping champagne, doesn't matter. For some inexplicable reason that is not present in the show in any way, shape, or form, they are just absent. Vecna gave them all a paid vacation. He said, you know what, guys? Holiday season, please, spend time with your families. And they weren't there, thus Vecna and the Mind Flayer got fucking ganked and blasted. Well, Matt Duffer was asked about this, and his response, I think, is fucking terrible. This comes from The Rap. Fair enough. Another question I had that other people have been asking is, once they get to the Abyss, where are all the creatures? Where are the Demogorgons, the Demodogs, the bats? Are they hiding? I'm actually surprised they asked this question, because that is, like, very blunt. It's like, hey, so, like, what the fuck happened to all these creatures that we spent, like, 10 years being afraid of and seeing them, like, in droves, where if you even step on a tentacle, the hive mind is alerted and you get swarmed by Demogorgons like it's fucking football players trying to recover a fumble. Where are they in the Abyss? Their literal home turf. And Matt Duffer said, mainly it's just that Vecna was not expecting the sneak attack on his home turf. Never in a million years could he have even imagined that. They're there somewhere. They're at the fucking titty bar. At the Abyss titty bar. They're looking at honkers and boobies. They were busy. They're somewhere, though, I'm sure. We obviously discussed having a demo battle on top of the Mind Flayer battle, but it felt more right to us that why does he need the demos when the Mind Flayer is this giant thing and can attack them? What the fuck are you talking about, man? It has used Demogorgons for 10 years. I imagine would of course still be using them as bodyguards and henchmen instead of trying to do the dirty work itself. That's like the whole fucking point of them. It would want them. He doesn't need his little ant army to attack. He's going to take care of this himself. It's a giant, desolate planet. If you recall, you see Henry wandering the planet back in Season 4, and at some point in his journey, he does see a demo far in the distance, but it's not like they're hanging out in little huts. There's not like a giant civilization of demos up there. There's not a cantina bar for demos. It's like they think the audience is so stupid that they weren't actually watching the show with their eyes open and brain on. What do you mean Vecna couldn't have imagined this in a million years? If you recall, you wrote this, by the way, Vecna went into the mind of Hop. This was after their whole plan was in motion. It was shortly before the ambush, and Vecna was poking around in his noodle there, looking at all of his neurons and using his past against him to even convince him that he shot Elle and then panicked and yanked Elle out of the tube, out of the bath, which then took her out of Henry's mind. He saw in Hop's mind. He would have seen this plan. But even if he didn't see the plan in Hop's mind, he briefly entered Elle's mind when they were in the house. So he had two people's brains, both of which knew of this plan, and we had seen in the past, Vecna, when he goes into someone's mind, he sees fucking everything. How would he have not seen this ambush? How would that have missed him? When this is the most, important plan they've ever concocted, and it is a fresh plan. This is, their most recent memory. This would be, the first thing you'd have to, push by in order to get to Hop's past with, his daughter. How would he have missed the plan? Did you just think it was, useless? They're probably not doing that. It's a load of fucking barnacles. There's no way they're doing that plan. This is something he would have seen. It's not even something he needs to imagine. He would have fucking seen it in their minds. Especially Hop's, for how long he spent in there. That's, how did he miss that? But even setting that fact aside, let's say for some reason those memories were blocked off, they for some reason had Magneto's helmet on for a brief moment there in order to block out Vecna's ability to see that. Why would the Demogorgon still not have even shown up at any point? I feel like they would have had ample time to arrive. They're extremely fast, and we've seen that when you agitate the hive mind in any way, they get swarmed. Demo bats, demo dogs, demogorgons, they come at you hard and fast. And I imagine around the fucking Mind Flayer and Vecna, literally like the hub of the Abyss, there would be some Demogorgon nearby. In that moment that Matt Duffer is referencing where Henry saw a Demogorgon leaving, well, to me that indicates that there is a plentiful amount there. And since he controls them, they are at his disposal, surely he would have thought to have them stationed nearby, even if not for defense, in order to more effectively send them out where he wants them to go. It's just pretty silly to say, he probably wouldn't use bodyguards or anything. The Demogorgon wouldn't be there. Mind Flayer wants to throw up a set himself and get pugilistic. Do it himself. Get right up in there and motorboat him to death. He wouldn't use anyone else. No pesky Demogorgons, Demobats, and Demodogs like he'd been doing for 10 years now prior. Not this time. But let's not harp too much on that, because there is one extremely huge plot hole that people have pointed out that I actually didn't even catch when I first finished watching it, and it is a huge plot hole that is pretty inexplicable other than whoops-a-daisy or suck our dick. We said so. There's no like actual way of explaining it. And Collider did an interview with them and asked about this question, and their response is not very good. His response is basically, well, oh well. I saw this from a number of people talking about this online, and the staff also wanted to know. Will was connected to the hive mind, but didn't feel anything when Vecna was impaled and decapitated when the Mind Flayer was attacked. Why not? Matt Duffer responds, well, we aren't showing him when the Mind Flayer is being attacked. When he's getting decapitated, at that point, the Mind Flayer is dead, and so it, at that point, has severed the connection between him and Vecna. I swear to God, it's like they got hit by the Men in Black's neuralizer. What happened here? It's like they forgot their own show. What? Will is part of the hive mind. This was a crucial piece of lore, a crucial problem to be solved for this entire run of the show. All 10 years, this has been a big issue because he is connected to the hive mind. Thus, when you are hurting the hive mind, you're hurting Will. They even explicitly showed that in one of the earlier seasons where they're like burning tunnels and Will's like, ah! Ah! Wah! Like he's feeling all that pain. And even right before like the Mind Flayer final battle, when Will is experiencing Henry's memories and Henry got shot in the hand, Will felt him get shot in the hand. It still hurt Will. He still experiences that pain because he's connected to the hive mind. And while they were burning the Mind Flayer alive, you know, throwing the Molotov cocktails and stabbing its taint, you know, right in its gooch with the spears that Dustin and Steve were using, all of that Will should have been experiencing as well, because he is still connected to the hive mind. And when pressed on it a bit further, and so you're saying it could be off camera, Matt Duffer says, when the Mind Flayer is getting attacked, we see how much in pain he is, obviously, even with Henry's memories, but we just wanted to focus on the final battle with our heroes. Exactly, so they are recognizing that he is still part of the hive mind, feeling all of this pain, but then he says, but we wanted to just focus on the final battle with Henry. So he's basically saying, yeah, we know, it's a problem, but fuck you. We just wanted to focus on that fight with Henry, which was a pretty underwhelming fight, by the way. It was a very anticlimactic, not an amazing showdown, unfortunately. And all of this happens in like 10 minutes. You build up a huge, big bad, two big bads for 10 years, and it's over in 10 minutes. It's very underwhelming. That was one of my big complaints. But this is a huge, glaring plot hole. Because the connection wasn't severed, Will would have also died with Vecna's death. Like, there's no getting around that. You can beat around the bush all you want, but even Matt Duffer's saying, we just wanted to focus on this other thing. So we didn't really give a lot of thought there on how to, you know, provide a solution to that issue. We were just hoping you forgot. And in my case, it worked because I did forget about that. It didn't even register with me that Will should have also died then. But when you stop to think about it, yeah, there is no reason why Will should still be alive after Vecna's death when he was still connected to the hive mind at that moment. And when directly asked about it, they said, well, we didn't show it happening. It's like baby brain with no object permanence. Oh, my eyes are closed. The world around me must not be existing right now. So since we didn't show you any of that, you shouldn't be thinking that it's happening, because it's not. So stop putting any kind of like actual thought into this product. It's so weird. And then they're like, yeah, we just wanted to focus on the hero's final confrontation. It's a very weak explanation. That is not very satisfactory. And then another thing that I pointed out in my review is it's extremely fucking weird that after killing so many military personnel, foiling their plans, doing an unbelievable amount of illegal activity leading to the destruction of so much military property, and, like I said, murdering a bunch of military personnel, all of the main crew, everyone just gets to go free without a single, like, bump in the road. So they were asked, what happened with the military after blowing up the Upside Down? Ross Duffer responds, in that 18-month gap, I suppose there's not much else to do. You can't explore this other dimension. There's no 11 to chase anymore because she's gone. So my guess is they just sort of slowly dismantled operations and left town. Your guess? Buddy, you wrote it. It's your story. What happened? Why are you guessing? What the fuck is this? Is it like Voldemort's diary where it's writing itself? Like, what the fuck do you mean you guess? It's like they don't even know. They didn't even bother to think. It's just like, and then 18 months later, everyone's happily ever after. Oh yeah, what happened in between? In between what? It's so weird to me, man. Like, again, as I pointed out in the review, They killed a bunch of military people. Like, these were like the most wanted criminals imaginable during this whole season. And now they finally get caught by the military, and then they just get let go. Like, there's no mention of like jail time or some kind of agreement that was reached between all of them. And it feels like Dr. K, since she's supposed to be the evil military lady, you know, cutthroat, literally torturing women and impregnating them against their will for their psychic program, yet for some reason she showed mercy to all of them, even after they were responsible for her entire life's work crumbling and tons of her peers dying. Like, she decides, okay, that's fine. Hey, we're just gonna boot, scoot, and boogie on out of here. Have fun in Hawkins. We're all just gonna pack our bags and scram. We're gonna get out of town. What the fuck? Why don't you tell us what happened? Why don't you know? Why isn't that something you stop to consider? It's so odd to me. It's also so interesting to see answers like this. So, a question that was asked, why did Vecna need 12 kids and not 5 or 20? And Ross Duffer apparently laughs, you know, giving a little giggle. Tee-hee-hee. It's no specific reason, other than he realized how much power he could exert from will, and to do something of this scale of moving the planet, I don't know exactly how he did the math. Matt Duffer then says, thematically or symbolically, we like the clock symbolism. How deep? So, why did Vecna need 12? They don't know. They just thought it was cool, I guess. Whereas fans have like tirelessly worked on some really interesting, elaborate, thought-provoking theories on the significance of a lot of things, including like needing 12 vessels. And then when you hear from the people that wrote it, it's like, oof. So there was not a whole lot of thought into that at all. It actually doesn't mean anything. It's just like very deflating. If I was someone that got big into like theory crafting around Stranger Things, I'd be very disappointed hearing from them just saying things like, yeah, I don't know. The clocks are cool, I guess. They're pretty dope. I don't know, it's upsetting because like fans have cooked up much better and interesting theories for a lot of things than the writers were able to do here. It's so fucking odd. And I didn't know this at the time of my review, but it looks like there's going to be a lot of Stranger Things spin-offs, which I didn't know was confirmed until today. And it is clear this is going to be milked out the wazoo. So I feel like a lot of decisions that might have been made for this season were made with the idea of trying to stretch it out past the finale in order to like leave little things that they can explore for spin-offs, and thus leading to a less fulfilling, less conclusive finale. So get ready to be seeing a lot more Stranger Things, even though this was the finale, I guess. It really is just, the whole thing is very underwhelming. As I said in the review, it's disappointing. It was the weakest season in the entire franchise for sure. And then when I hear from them about some of the decisions they made where I thought I was being very charitable, I thought maybe there was things I missed, like maybe there was like deeper meanings behind things. Well, it turns out not really. A lot of it's just them just saying, I don't know, or I guess maybe this. Like, it's just, that sucks. It is very similar to like how Game of Thrones Season 8 writers were about it, like, just kind of forgot. Anyway, just wanted to yap about it a bit. That's it. See ya. Insomnia is beating my ass like it owes me money. Sandman must be too busy out there honking boobies to come pay old Charles a visit. He's a little too preoccupied, I suppose. I just can't get sleepy. It's alright. It is what it is. I don't hold a grudge about it. But what I did notice just a minute ago is that Matt sent me a message that I missed earlier today. So imagine my surprise when I took a peek there and noticed that I didn't respond to something because I didn't see it from him. It was this wacky little clip here that I actually kind of want to yap about. It's a stream clip from a streamer named Plaqueboy Max who was out in public letting people know that they should vote for him at the Streamer Awards, and he happened to run into a former America's Next Top Model winner. I think they were a winner, I'm not entirely sure. I decided to look it up. The old curious cat over here. She did not win America's Next Top Model. As far as I can tell from researching it, she got third. Doesn't matter one way or the other. But what happened is, he ran into her on stream. It was a holly jolly good time. They were having fun back and forth for a little bit. And then she wanted to film an Instagram video showcasing him and telling her fans, like, you know, let's support him. And then while doing that, she asked if he's going to kiss her. And what happens next will shock you, like a fucking Darman video.
What's your name?
Should I put you on my stories right
Yes,
now?
yes, yes, you
Support
should.
your black business?
100%.
We're here with
Black Boy Max. Black Boy Max. Y'all know what time it is. All platforms.
all platforms. You
Make
gotta
sure y'all
support
vote.
him.
Oh, upside down. Make sure y'all vote. Vote. Exercise the right MLK fought for. Vote.
Period.
All platforms. Grammys and Streamer of the Year. Let's do it. Come on.
Okay, are you gonna
Yes.
give me a little smooch?
I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't. I'm sorry. I can't.
You know what?
I can't. Love though. I'm out. Oh my God. What the fuck?
He declined the kiss. He said, "I don't see no mistletoe. No thank you, ma'am," and excused himself from the situation there. Her perspective, I'll go ahead and show you her clip here so you can see her side of things.
And Streamer of the Year. Let's do it. Come on.
Okay, are you gonna
Yes.
give me a little smooch?
I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't. I'm sorry. I can't.
You know what? I respect
can't. I
it.
can't. Love though.
That's goodbye, sir. I wish him the best. Wish you the best, young man. The gag is that I wasn't even going to allow him to. Now the question is, do we post it on the ground?
I'm assuming after having a hard think on it, she ultimately decided to post it on the gram, is my guess, considering I've now just seen the clip here that she was filming. She's claiming that it was supposed to be a gag, where she wasn't even going to allow him to kiss her. That's an interesting maneuver. I haven't seen that line in chess before, quite the gambit. Why would that be the gag? Is the joke supposed to be like humiliating the person you do that to? Like, are you gonna give me a kiss? I guess. Idiot loser! You thought I'd let you kiss me? Ha 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 ha! Like, I don't get what the gag is there. That's very odd, if that truly was the plan. But regardless, what happened is he said no, and she was very upset about it. She made a series of follow-up videos that get really off the rails, like actually pretty wild stuff.
Top of the morning to you. I'm going to say this to Black Boy and your entire team, because I walked up to you with two witnesses, okay, after his fumble of, just complete lack of humility and lack of a lot of stuff, okay? I walked up to you, Mr. Videographer, after even offering yo ass a job. I don't care what he's paying you.
She hit us with the Jacksepticeye top of the morning to you, and then calls what Black Boy Max did a fumble, and then tries to say it demonstrated a lack of humility from the way that he departed from their conversation. Like, she found it, like, in poor taste to leave the way he did. And then she talks about the videographer, where she even says that she offered him a job. Doesn't care what he's being paid. She offered him a job. Why would you do that? You just met these guys. What? I don't... There's a whole lot here that I'm not really able to wrap my noodle around. Why would you be offering the videographer a job when you don't even know who the streamer is? She says multiple times she has no idea who Black Boy Max is. Thus, I would have to imagine she also probably doesn't know the videographer. Why is she randomly just trying to, poach him from Black Boy Max? It doesn't make a whole lot of sense, and it's kind of just a weird thing to even mention here in the first place.
And you guys were filming stuff obnoxiously with every single person who recognized him. I don't even know this guy. I literally am running an empire right now and have no clue who... I don't have X and don't even have the time to log in and sign up.
What the fuck does that have to do with anything? I mean, congratulations, I guess, for not having X. That's admirable, I suppose, but what does any of that have to do with this tantrum that you're throwing because he declined the kiss and left? Keep in mind, Black Boy Max, that was the end of this whole interaction, and he probably forgot it ever even happened until she started going on this, massive rant about it. About how she doesn't even know who this guy is. It was so obnoxious, yet she wanted to give his videographer another job. Wanted to steal his videographer for her own business. And she's talking about like how busy she is running her empire, doesn't have the time to even learn who this guy is, just a plebeian to her because she's too successful. Did you know she was on America's Next Top Model? Like, I don't even understand where this is coming from.
So, I walked up to you after his little outburst. He probably don't even date black women.
What? Well, again, where is this even coming from? Just because he didn't accept your, like, kiss offer gag, all of a sudden now she's saying, oh, he just probably doesn't date black women. What the fuck? Like, this is so weird.
But I said to you guys very clearly, please don't use that footage. And I don't know what collegiate level you guys are at, if you guys went to college or whatever. But I asked you not to use that footage. Not only did you use the footage, but out of everybody there, you talked to a lot of people. We heard you a mile away. That was the only footage that you used.
This is another part that's a little confusing to me with what she's referring to here. It's a stream, so the footage is being used by default. Can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. It's already broadcast, so her asking not to use it, the ship's kind of already sailed. Maybe she means like he used it elsewhere, but I can't find it anywhere else. It truly has lived as just a stream moment from him. The only one that's using this whole situation anywhere else is her. So I'm just a little baffled with what she's even talking about in regards to this. And she's saying that out of everybody there, hers is the only one that they used. Where? What did they use it for? Like a fucking billboard advertisement somewhere? Like, where are they using it? I don't see it unless she's seeing, like, clips from it floating around and then misunderstanding where that's coming from. Because as far as I can tell, it's not like Plaqueboy Max or his team is, like, you know, plastering this all over the place to try and besmirch her name or anything. The only one that is attacking anyone here is her to Plaqueboy Max. And in fact, on his stream, he did, like, address this saying, hey, all love, this is kind of weird, especially because she threatens a lawsuit. He's like, hey, don't really know why we're talking about that. This is weird. All love, though. Like, he's the one that's trying to, like, calm everything down.
And I verbally told you not to use it. I have so many things going on right now that I don't have time to take you to court, but I dare you. I dare you to try me, because now you are taking up my time. This 3 minutes that it's taken to post this, I could have been making money.
Yeah, there's a ton of income you can generate in 3 minutes. That's true. Yeah, he's going to be liable for damages in that lawsuit, too, for that extra 3 minutes that was spent with these Instagram reels she was posting. That's going to be up there in the tens of dollars, potentially. So, be careful with this lawsuit that she's, like, vaguely tiptoeing around. Saying, try me, and you'll be hearing from my lawyers, pal. You best hang on to your britches, Buster, if you want to try me here. Try you for what, though? What, like, why would he do that? Like, what would he even be, like, attempting to go after you for? There's nothing here. You're the only one that is making a big deal out of things here and bringing up, like, a lawsuit. You're so busy, but, you know, if you swing for the fences here, she'll have to carve time away from her busy day running an empire to get the legal system involved. For what, though? Like what is that lawsuit? I'm no lawyer, so maybe there's some, like, charges out there I've never heard of, but I am so, like, taken aback by this decision she's made here to make it so hostile, when all he did was simply just say no when she asked, are you going to give me a kiss? He didn't want to do that, and that's what he said on his stream. I just didn't want to. That's totally fine. Why is he not allowed to say no to you without it being a huge issue? It's just so weird. It's just such odd behavior.
Your new fame, his Instagram, I don't even know who gave him the idea. Do you know the connotation behind the word plaque? And I don't know if this is maybe a different kind of plaque that you're talking about. Maybe it's a different one. But the first thing I thought of, because I don't think he has any real plaques, was plaque on your teeth, okay?
Oof, shit. Now it's getting real nasty. Saying you don't have any plaques, so the plaque I thought of was plaque on your teeth. Jesus. Jiminy Christmas. Oh, yikes. That's rough. This is, again, this is all over nothing. All he did was just not give you a kiss. Play into your scheme where you'd, pseudo offer a kiss only to say, it's not allowed to happen. He just said no outright, and I guess foiled that. And now it's blown up into, fucking 4 different videos she's made about it, very upset.
You maybe want to understand the connotation and the vibration that certain words carry through society. I don't give a damn about who you think you are or any of your followers.
I gotta pause real quick because we gotta give an official funeral to the word vibration. That shit has been murdered. It has been bastardized to such a criminal degree. That word is used as the ultimate buzzword in every pseudoscience, mumbo-jumbo nonsense speak ever. Now she's saying that he needs to better understand his name because of bad vibration or something. It is crazy just how much this word gets used in just the most meaningless ways. Go ahead and eat this eucalyptus goat urine pill. It'll fix your vibrational chakras and realign you with the universal vibration type shit. It's just so odd. It's just so peculiar. I feel bad for the word vibration at this point. It's completely lost its identity.
But he walked away from me so disrespectfully. And it doesn't matter about America's Next Top Model. You don't ever depart from a real woman in that nature. Ever. You played yourself. And good luck with that Grammy. Good luck. I really genuinely hope you get it. Because that's probably going to be the height of everything that you get. But that's none of my business. It's between you and God.
Yeah, winning a Grammy is usually the height of a lot of people's existence. That's like an unbelievable dream. So if he does accomplish that, it will probably be the height. And it's something the vast majority of the world and the vast majority of artists will never get to experience. And she's here talking it down as if it's like a meaningless award or something. Like, yeah, I hope you get that, because that'll be all you ever get. A fucking Grammy. Oh my god. But anyway, she brings up America's Next Top Model here unprompted. I don't know why that came in here out of nowhere. The way that comes across is because she was on America's Next Top Model, she believes she deserves to be treated differently than other people, but she then says, doesn't matter that you don't walk away from anyone in that disrespectful manner. But I would argue he didn't do anything disrespectful at all, and I feel like most people would agree, and I don't think anyone would feel like he did something rude to them if he had left this conversation the same way to someone else that had offered a kiss that was not something that he wanted to reciprocate. Like, it is a weird thing to do. And he said no and then left. That's it. He did say, what the fuck was that? But I think that's a pretty natural response to having a stranger say, are you going to give me a kiss? Imagine if this was just some random dude and it was a girl out there promoting her business and whatever she's doing. And the guy starts filming and is like, are you going to give me a kiss now? And she's like, no, and then leaves saying, what the fuck is that? I feel like everyone would be like, yeah, it's a pretty normal response. Because it is. Like there is nothing he did here that I think could even remotely be viewed as, disrespectful. At least not from what I've seen. So anyway, just wanted to blabber about this a bit. Just a very unnecessary attack on somebody who I think did really nothing wrong here. He just didn't want to give you the kiss is all. I don't think it's that deep, and it shouldn't be that big of a deal. That's about it. Yeah. I wanted to give you a brief little follow-up to the latest batch of Epstein files that dropped. Over 3 million files came out, and it's been quite a few days now of people coming through them and finding tons and tons of alarming things, new allegations, new names, a ton of new information. I highly recommend you check out CoffeeZilla's 2 latest videos covering this new Epstein file drop. I think he does a great job at cutting through the bullshit and delivering the clearest coverage and highlighting some of the most important takeaways from all of this new information. This is a huge deal, and don't let any of the NPCs on Twitter convince you otherwise or try and minimize the importance of this. And crazy enough, I know it's not just these faceless homunculi on Twitter that have this administration's cock buried deep into their throat that's trying to convince you to just let this all go. The administration itself is doing that as well, which is the main thing I want to talk about here. Since this release, the official narrative from the administration is they've finally complied with the law and release these files, and now we can all just move on. Which is crazy because there are still no arrests and seemingly no investigations either, despite all of this overwhelming evidence that now the public has access to and can see some really fucking terrible things in. Raping children, trafficking children, possible cannibalism, torture, murder, all of this now just openly in the public. Of course, with tons of redactions to protect the perpetrators, naturally, which, of course, violates the law that they're right now gloating about following, by the way. All of this is now out there in the public, and yet still, no investigations, and the administration is proudly just saying, time to move on. Before showing you some clips here, I want to do a little experiment here with you to try and activate a few neurons, God forbid. Let me dust off your brain here for a moment. Let's say that you have drank the Kool-Aid to such an extreme degree that you believe all of these Epstein files are a bunch of hooey when it comes to the Republicans that are named in there, like Howard Lutnick or Donald Trump. Let's say that you think that all of those are make-believe, there's nothing in there that holds any water, it's a fucking, wild goose chase, it's all fake. But you believe that all of the information in regards to Democrats in there, like Bill Clinton, is legitimate, and Bill Gates. All of that's real, but all the stuff on the Republicans is fake. Let's play ball with that. Let's say you're right. Why are the Republicans that are in charge right now in this administration not pursuing an investigation on the Democrats in these Epstein files? Let's go into a little bit of chess theory here. Everything about Donald Trump and the Epstein files is totally innocent. He's been absolved of all wrongdoing like he says he is and like a lot of other people are trying to regurgitate. Despite the numerous times his name appears, let's say he's not compromised by Israel like the FBI was investigating. Let's say all of this is wrong, but all the Democrats that are named in there are actually guilty. Those are the actual evil perpetrators and the real culprits. Why the fuck aren't we arresting the Democrats, or at the very least, investigating all of this information in the Epstein files? Ask yourself that question. Let's use someone easy, Bill Clinton. I think most sane people on the planet, after combing through the Epstein files and seeing all of these allegations and the pictures and everything with Bill Clinton, can agree there's enough here to at least start poking around and see what's going on with Bill Clinton's relationship to Epstein and everything that happened on the Epstein Island, right? Well, why the fuck is Trump defending him so adamantly right now? He just put out a statement like, man, I hate that people are shooting spitballs at Bill Clinton. I like that guy. I love that guy, actually. For a second there, I thought he was going to request a group hug in the shower with Bill Clinton at the very end of that fucking segment. Like, all of a sudden, he's Bill Clinton's best friend suckling on his titties. Like, what? Where's this coming from? Like, only a couple days ago, he was like, yeah, Bill Clinton's name's all over that. That backfired, didn't it? And now he's like, oh, man, Bill Clinton's, he's like the best of us. That guy's awesome. This is craziness, actual craziness. Now, I know that there's, like, some probes into some things in regards to the Epstein files and people like Bill Clinton, like, related to it. But nothing's going to come from it. Nothing has come from this shit ever. Across multiple administrations, nothing has come from it, so I have no expectation that there's going to be any justice, especially when the fucking President Trump is still talking about, like, let's move on and it's not important. Or Perjury Patel, like, hey, we comply with the law, Epstein files are out there, we're done here, time to wash our hands of it. Or Todd Blanche going and saying, it's not a crime to party with Epstein. It's very hard to have any level of faith that there's going to be any repercussions to all of these evil monsters. Now, I know I've been sitting here shitting and spitting, got a little off track. To bring it back to the initial thought experiment I wanted to plant into your noodle. If you believe all Republicans in these Epstein files are innocent, but all Democrats are not, ask yourself, why are the Republicans that are in charge right now not actually investigating or holding any of these Democrats accountable and punishing them, pursuing charges, or anything of the sort? Why does it seem like the actual narrative is the Epstein files are out there, we're done here? Even though, by the way, the official stance only a few months ago is that the Epstein files aren't real, it's a Democrat hoax, they don't exist, that kind of thing. After, of course, Pam Bondi said they were on her desk. After, of course, they had actually given the Epstein files phase 1 to some fucking right-wing influencers who have been hush-hush crickets ever since. Anyway, if the Democrats in the Epstein files are guilty, why are they not being investigated? Let me offer you a little game theory here. It's because the Republicans in the Epstein files aren't actually innocent. No one in the Epstein files is innocent when it comes to a lot of the evidence we now have at our fingertips. There's a lot of real actionable stuff in there, at least I think so. Now, of course, a lot of it is unsubstantiated. I get that. Not everyone in there is probably guilty of shit. Like, I know Russell Wilson was in there about like a plane, like trying to buy a plane. I get that. But there's a lot of substantial evidence on a lot of very powerful people, like a Howard Lutnick. And so, if this administration did actually pursue charges against the Democrats that are named in the Epstein files, then that puts them at risk of being implicated as well if that person starts squealing, if they start letting the fat lady sing. That's why I believe they are not pursuing any kind of real investigation or anything at all for anyone associated with the Epstein files. That's why, apparently, all of these extremely powerful people that are named in there are completely fucking untouchable. They're basically ghosts at this point. If your name is in the Epstein files, you've basically activated God mode in America, where you cannot be touched or punished, it seems. And I think that's also why the previous administration wasn't touching anything in the Epstein files, because again, if they went after the Republicans that were named in the Epstein files, that opens them up to also being implicated there as well. Because clearly, this was more than just one party. Both Republicans and Democrats are named a lot in these Epstein files. So it'd be a fucking disaster for both parties, which is why it's been such like a fucking hot potato that hasn't been touched. That's what I believe. Now anyway, I think any sane person would agree that this is a huge fucking problem, that no one is getting arrested for this. But unfortunately, the powerful politicians that govern us are not sane. So they are to our face spitting on us, telling us to just move on and that it's not important. Here's those words from Donald Trump.
And you tell me something else. No, I think it's really time for the country to get onto something else. Really, now that nothing came out about me, other than it was a conspiracy against me, literally by Epstein and other people. But I think it's time now for the country to maybe get onto something else.
What would you say to people who feel like they haven't gotten justice, Mr. President?
Something that people care about. Yeah.
Oh, move on to something that people care about. So you don't care about child sex trafficking, the raping of children, the potential cannibalism, the torture, the murder, all of that? That's not something you think American people should care about? That's not the important stuff? Well, what the fuck is? The Trump phone? Which is probably coming out any day now. Supposed to come out in like August of 2025, by the way. Still no expected delivery time on my Trump phone device. Crazy. They're saying maybe March now. Fingers crossed, any day, no doubt. How can anyone sit there and not be revolted by that statement? Again, if these Epstein files absolved Trump, which I don't see how anyone could mental gymnastic that explanation into reality and truly believe it. But again, even if he is completely squeaky clean here in the Epstein case, everyone else isn't. There's plenty of people that aren't. Why does he want so badly to just move on from this? Why does he want to bury it? He should be like really gung-ho about getting all of them arrested. And in fact, actually, one of his big promises when he was campaigning is that's exactly what he's going to do. But promises made, promises broken. That's the new motto. That is exactly what's been going on. He campaigned about how important the Epstein files were to release and like actually get justice for the victims and punish these heinous, evil people. And then the second he gets into office, he's done everything in his power to not only deny the existence of the Epstein files, calling them a Democrat hoax, but also doing everything he can to prevent them from coming out. And it has just been a complete circus with these. And now that they're here, and people have all of this evidence with so many names and so many bad people on there with a lot of things that I do think would warrant an investigation, he is saying it's not important and that we need to move on. That is actual craziness.
Do you have regrets about how it's been handled?
Look, like any other
hot topic issue. The American public and the world had a great interest in this. And what we did under President Trump's leadership is produce the most transparent DOJ and FBI in history. 3 other administrations had the opportunity to do this, and we produced everything we legally and lawfully could. We worked with our partners in Congress, we followed the statutes and the court orders, and we produced, what, 3 million some pages? So I think we got to the result in the right way. Could we have gotten there faster? I'm not really sure because of numerous court cases, multiple protective orders, multiple court sealings. And so now we've produced everything we can while protecting victims' rights and following.
This fucking dweeb, this insufferable dork. So here's Perjury Patel taking a victory lap here about how they did everything right when it came to the Epstein files, which, by the way, under oath, Kash Patel said that there's no evidence that there were like any, clients, no list. He said plenty of things that have been completely disproven with these Epstein files being released, but he's not facing any perjury charges, and to my understanding, no one's even pursuing it. Super weird how Perjury Patel just gets away with it. But here he's talking about how they did everything right in the right way, which is not true. They did everything they could to not release these files every step of the way. They're already like 2 months late, basically, close to it. And also, the redactions were supposed to be reserved exclusively for the names of victims. They have not been used for just victims' names. That has been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt. That is a violation of the law that had been signed into place when it came to the handling of the Epstein files. And pretty much everything he says there is just a lie. That is what Perjury Patel does, just lie. But the sentiment he's trying to express is now that they have the 3 million some files out there, they've done what they were required to do, and now we need to move on. There is nothing in regards to like an investigation or punishment to the people that are named in these files with tons of evidence and tons of really very, very disturbing things, pictures, videos, emails, all of this stuff, and all of the people in them don't seem to be looking at any possible punishment or anything at all. It doesn't seem like there's any level of justice coming to the victims here of the Jeffrey Epstein operation and all of the clients.
Is there any chance that any of these individuals who partied with Epstein and engaged in, relations with minors will be prosecuted? Any chance?
I'll never say no, and we will always investigate any evidence of misconduct. But as you know, it is not a crime to party with Mr. Epstein, and so as horrible as it's not a crime to email with Mr. Epstein. And some of these men may have done horrible things, and if we have evidence that allows us to prosecute them, you better believe we will. But it's also the kind of thing that the American people need to understand that. It isn't a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. It isn't a crime to have
Didn't look like that's all that was going on some of those photos. I mean, if the photos could speak, some of them look pretty bad.
That's right. And unfortunately, photos can't speak. And so we need witnesses and we need
Are there
evidence
videotapes that you all have? Or?
To answer that question, yeah, there's videotapes that they all have. In fact, Pam Bondi said that there's like thousands of videos with children in them. Pam Bondi seems like totally fine just letting this whole Epstein thing just kind of fall to the back rooms, by the way. Anyway, though, here's Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche just outright saying with his whole chest, it's not a crime to party with Jeffrey Epstein. And he's being very open and honest here about how little he's actually caring about it. He's making it seem like, oh, maybe there's a chance for an investigation, but he's being very blunt that it's probably not coming. There's probably not going to be an investigation. He's even saying, yeah, unfortunately, pictures can't speak. So all those horrible pictures and all of that evidence in there, probably not going to lead to an investigation. Everyone's going to get away with it. Oh, shucks. But it's not a crime to party with Jeffrey Epstein. You know, the man behind the biggest child sex trafficking operation in this country's history. What a strong message to be sending, Todd. It's all just so blatantly in your face. They treat you like you are a mindless sheep. And plenty of people are proving them correct here with the shit that they're swallowing here with the smile on their face. Wake the fuck up, samurai. The president has just said that we need to move on from the Epstein files into something that people care about. Let that marinate for a second. Really think about that. Why is he trying to make it seem like the raping of children, the sex trafficking of children, the cannibalism, the torture, the murder is not something you should care about? And this is all perpetrated by potentially the most powerful people in this country. Why is the president and his administration trying so hard to bury this and get people to move on without even trying to investigate or hold anyone accountable that's named in these files? It's just crazy. Anyway, I just had to yap about this a bit after seeing the response here from government officials about it's not important, just move on. I actually couldn't believe my fucking ears. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah, we're talking about something very serious today. Throughout the video, you're going to see my shirt changes. It's not some kind of like crazy, wacky, magic trick from America's Got Talent or anything. I actually filmed this video earlier this morning when the story first broke. It's the killing of Alex Preddy in Minnesota at the hands of border agents. And I made the video, but I was pretty heated and I wanted to kind of simmer down and take a break, so I went out before posting it. I just got home, and now even more angles and videos have been released that show beyond a shadow of a doubt that this is a 100% unjustified killing of an American citizen here. And it seems like the execution stems from them finding out that he had a gun on his person. His Second Amendment rights. In all of the videos that exist, there is not a single moment where he is reaching for the gun, brandishing it, threatening with it, or anything at all, and we have video that shows the entire interaction from start to finish. His name was Alex Preddy, a 37-year-old nurse who worked in the ICU at Minneapolis VA healthcare system, and according to the police chief, he is a U.S. citizen with no prior interactions with law enforcement outside of a couple of traffic tickets, and believed to be a lawful gun owner with a permit to carry. So for him to lose his life being shot multiple times by these agents, all because of him exercising his Second Amendment rights, which again, he wasn't trying to use as an intimidation tactic on the officers or anything like that. When they were beating him on the ground, pistol whipping him on the ground, they happened to see that he had a gun, apparently. He wasn't throwing it at them as like a threat or something, or brandishing it or anything. He simply had it on him, which he was well within his right to do, and he got murdered for it. This is completely unacceptable, and the fucking drones that are somehow like parading around like this is some kind of victory or something is sickening. It should be viewed as treasonous by any real Americans when you see this footage. And they had the gall to say that Alex Preddy was like the instigator, labeling him a domestic terrorist I saw from a couple of places, claiming that he approached these agents with a 9mm. He approached them with a gun looking to start shit. But that is not true. In all of the videos you see, he has a phone in his hands. Not a gun in his hands, he has a phone in his hands. No sane person would ever mistake a phone for a gun. This is blatantly obvious what they're trying to do. And it's something they've been doing a lot recently. Trying to tell you that what you're seeing isn't real. Trust their words, not your eyes. That is completely fucking outrageous, and people are willingly doing it. That's the craziest part. There are people that are like, oh, I saw he had his phone, but if they say it was a gun, well, that must have been a gun. I cannot believe we've reached this level of brainwashing. There are so many angles of this, and in every single one of them, you can see he has his phone in his hand, and at no point during this interaction did he ever, pull a gun on them or anything. And in fact, in one of the angles, you can even clearly see that the agents actually took the gun from him prior to him being shot. You can actually see what looks to be one of the agents disarming him, taking the gun out of its holster and running away with the gun prior to him being shot. And if that wasn't definitive, there is something even more clear that I think is completely irrefutable for anyone that's actually looking. An agent takes Alex's gun out of its holster in front of the agent that pulls out his gun and shoots him. So he can see the gun has been taken out of the holster. And it is clear Alex Preddy has both hands on the ground. He does not have a gun in them. And an agent reaches in and takes it out of the holster right before another agent pulls out his firearm and shoots him in the back. Just in case you somehow missed it, look, the agent in gray has his hand on Alex's weapon, which is still holstered. It was never unholstered. This agent takes it out of its holster before he runs away with it, and the officer right next to him is the one that pulls out his gun and shoots him. And now I want to show you the clearest video that shows everything that happened here and how it doesn't go how the authorities are saying that it did. That was Alex Preddy you saw walk by the camera right there. He has his phone in his hand, and then with his other hand, his open hand, no gun in it, is waving cars through. There is clearly no brandishing of a firearm here. He is not approaching agents with a gun or anything like that, and you will never see anything even remotely close to that happen.
Go! What the fuck is wrong with you?
In this section, you can again see Alex Preddy has his phone in his hand, and now he's trying to get some of the civilians away from these fucking worms that are now starting to push them. And then one of them got pepper sprayed, and then he got pepper sprayed as well. And when he gets pepper sprayed, you can see his hand shoots in the air like a student about to try and ask the teacher a question. It is a wide open palm. There's no weapon in that hand, and in his other hand is still the phone. There is no gun anywhere here. And now this is when he starts getting beaten by the multiple officers there.
The fuck, people? The fuck is wrong with you? Honestly.
I'm going to stop the video right here because this is when Alex Preddy gets shot to death. This fucking subhuman coward, you can see, pulls out his firearm and shoots him in the back, and then shoots him multiple times after as Alex Preddy lies on the ground. You can hear one of the agents says gun, and that's when this brain-dead troglodyte pulls out his firearm and starts shooting into Alex while he was still surrounded by his boys, mind you. This is like the antithesis to all training that agents go through, by the way, to shoot into a suspect while still being surrounded by authorities. You're going to get your own people shot too, by the way, you fucking moron, you unbelievable homunculus. So he immediately starts dumping into Alex because someone said gun. But the gun, from the other angles we can see, had already been taken away from Alex, out of his holster. You can see one of the other agents running away with it. But again, he was never brandishing this firearm. And as an American citizen with Second Amendment rights and a lawful gun owner by all available information, he was allowed to have that gun on his person. It is not grounds to execute a man because you fucking freaked out and panicked because the guy you were beating and pistol whipping with fucking 5 of your friends happened to be armed. He wasn't using it to try and like shoot anyone here or threaten them. They saw the gun, and then this guy just freaked out and murdered him. Shot him multiple times. This is indefensible. Completely indefensible. And the fact that they even took him to the ground in the first place and started beating him, with one guy pistol whipping him, by the way. In other angles, you can see a guy just like pistol whipping him like he's trying to hammer a nail in with his gun. Like, it should have never even been acceptable for that to happen. All Alex Preddy was doing was filming, and then when some civilians started getting pushed, he tried to help. And when one got pepper sprayed, he tried to help. From all available angles and evidence and videos here, it seems to be that's all he was doing. He even made an effort to try and show that he's not like a threat or something. Like he threw his arm in the air, wide open, nothing in his hand or anything. He wasn't fighting back against the officers. He got taken to the ground and then immediately started getting beaten. Like, all because he was fucking filming and trying to help other people around there, it seems. This is so fucking sickening. And the freaks that are cheering this on and parading around like this is something to be celebrated are just scum. You're not even American. You're a fucking drone if you actually think this is a good thing. All you care about is just like sucking wiener from the authorities now all of a sudden. You care more about just being on a team than you do thinking for yourself. It's fucking tragic. It is embarrassing. This is crazy now that I'm seeing people justify this guy's murder because he had a weapon. Wake the fuck up. This is America. You can carry weapons. I sometimes carry a gun in public. I have friends who every day carry. It is your right as an American to carry a firearm if you so choose. That is not grounds for a murder. And based on all of the video footage, all of the available evidence, this guy was not brandishing it or anything like that. Thus, he wasn't threatening anyone or about to shoot someone with it, so they had to kill him to stop him. That doesn't seem to be the case. They're now just using the fact that he had a gun as a justification to kill him. That should be extremely alarming to anyone who cares about 2A. Like, again, him having it should not be an issue. And any real, actual American, like a real patriot, should be arguing for his right to carry, because it is something that we have the right to do, and that should not be a justification for this man being killed by these agents. This point that they're trying to beat into the empty minds of a lot of people that are trying so hard to justify it is that the only people being arrested and targeted by ICE are rapists and pedophile illegal aliens, which is just not the case. There definitely have been rapists and pedophiles that have been snatched up in all of this, and those rapists and pedophiles that have been caught and taken away, that's good. They shouldn't be out there breathing the free air. Great. But that's not all that's happening here. You could also right now march into the White House and arrest everyone in the White House, and you would get a ton of rapists and pedophiles. Why isn't that happening? If the goal is getting rapists and pedophiles off of American soil, thrown in the slammer, taking them away from society, why is it only just walking through the fucking streets of Minnesota trying to do it? You would get significantly more rapists and pedophiles if you took ICE and brought them to the White House. An administration is actively covering up a massive child sex trafficking operation and letting tons of evil people get away with this, tons of clients. So if the goal is to get this kind of evil out of this country, why would you not start with what is provably a spot that has so many of them? Also, that belief of like a secret pedophile ring was a very popular one among Trump voters for the longest time. And now that it has been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt to be real, legitimate reality, they are now just ignoring it. They have been proven correct that there was a huge pedophile ring of these powerful politicians, but because some of their favorite politicians are potentially wrapped up in it, they just want to drop it and forget about it. Absolutely unhinged, by the way. It's crazy. So many people for the longest time were adamant against like government surveillance and Big Brother watching them being a huge concern. Now, plenty of people are welcoming it with open arms and a huge smile on their face. For the longest time, people would be preaching about the importance of the Second Amendment and gun rights. And now, even with this, they're saying, well, he had a gun, which means that's an executable offense. So it seems like they now no longer believe in Americans' right to own guns or carry guns, which was a core component of like the right for a long time, where there was like this big fear about they're coming for our guns. And now the same people that were arguing like to protect that are now arguing against it, saying, well, this guy deserved to die because he had a gun with him. It's a fundamental right of Americans to have guns, gun ownership. You can carry them in public too. Like that, you shouldn't be killed for that. And in the footage here, it doesn't seem like he was brandishing it or anything. And also, the same people that only like a year and a half ago were constantly telling you to question the government, that you can't trust anything that comes out of the government, the authorities always lying to you, are now just willingly, blindly, unquestioningly following anything authorities tell them to believe in, and shut out any and all thought and just have the hive mind think for them. It is crazy because it seems like the only actual belief of some of these fucking brainwashed drones is relentless cock gobbling. All they want to do is swallow boots and penis from the government. So if the administration or the news, which they used to hate the news, but now that the news just parrots points from big government that they like to clap their hands at like seals, they now just trust all of it all of a sudden, even though there's been no big change with these mainstream media outlets, by the way, that they used to not trust only a year and a half ago. But now, anytime they hear something from the news or anything that comes from the government, they will just immediately accept without a second thought, and then attack anyone else that is saying differently, or even just probing them to maybe think a little bit more about the narratives. Keep in mind, the government themselves are currently not even complying with their own laws that Trump has signed, like the Epstein Transparency Act, where the DOJ is still putting up a fight and are over a month late to compliance with releasing the Epstein files. They are still fighting tooth and nail to not release them, and even recently, only a week ago, outright said maybe there's no court that can force them to order this. They didn't even say maybe. I gave them a very charitable thing right there. They actually said courts can't force them to do this, and that if they don't comply, there's nothing anyone can do. They can't be sued. If the DOJ doesn't comply, go fuck yourself, pussy. That's basically their sentiment. They are not complying with their own fucking laws, and yet people are still willing to overlook that in order to just keep, like, playing for the same team. It's like it's a competition to see who can think the least and who can regurgitate enough from the hive mind to be, like, the biggest super fan of their side. It's fucking despicable. It's actually crazy. This is real sheep behavior. I know a lot of these people like to say sheep, sheep, sheep for the longest time, but now they are actually the epitome of that. Here's just a little thought experiment if you can break through the programming for a second. Imagine what's happening in Minnesota was happening under Obama or Biden, where there were masked agents that were constantly surveilling you, and even at times asking for your papers, your documents to prove you're an American citizen, constantly needing to provide your private information to these masked agents. And these agents also had killed 2 American citizens. What do you think your response would be? Would you be like, oh yes, please, everyone needs to comply with this. This is good. This is what I want. This is what I look for in Obama or Biden. This is what I'm happy about. Would you be as excited then as you are now in that scenario? My guess would be probably not, because you would rightfully view this as an infringement on your rights as an American. Your Second Amendment right, where apparently even carrying a gun now is a crime punishable by death. Like, this isn't something anyone should be championing for, but because it's become such like a team-focused sport, people delude themselves into thinking that they have to support this, and thus they will abandon all of their beliefs in order to stay on this side. It's crazy to me. I truly don't even know what the solution here is, because people are just willingly, on their own accord, no longer trusting what they see and what they know to be true. They would rather just have the government tell them what to think and what's true. So that way they don't have to do any level of thought for their own. How do you fix that? I genuinely do not know. I have no idea. I don't know how you can watch this footage and multiple angles of this situation and still come out trusting the government's word on the series of events that unfolded when you can yourself watch the footage and prove them false. What do you do to someone that just refuses to at least try and see things clearly? I don't know, but it's fucking tragic, and it's only getting worse. It is so fucking out of control. I had to yap about this. I've been actually fuming all day. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah, Dispatch continues to have me in a titty twister here. I am just gripped. I'm so invested in the world and its characters. And you could argue there might be a bit of bias there since I play Sonar, but I think that argument is a load of hooey. You can put that right in the toilet, because even if it wasn't me voicing Sonar in this game, I would still love the character and pretty much every character in this game. The whole thing is just so compelling. It's just so entertaining. It's well written. It's fun. It's fresh. And every Wednesday I'm looking forward to the 2 new episodes that drop. So I wanted to, of course, give you another little montage here from episodes 5 and 6 from some of my favorite moments, and mainly a lot of like Sonar moments. Sonar is special, and the experience was amazing, and I think seeing the results here, it's pretty clear that a decade from now, we're all going to look back on this moment, that character, and recognize that this was the time when video game voice acting reached its apotheosis with my portrayal of Sonar in Dispatch. And I also think the character is just so well-rounded that he's probably going to be talked about in the same way that Mario is. When you think of video games 20 years from now, you'll think of Mario, you'll think of Sonic, you'll think of Master Chief, and you'll think of Sonar. Oh, 35s. Come on, Robert. Get Sonar to help you put up the big boy weight. Oh, now we're cooking. That's kilograms. I don't believe in kilograms. I only know freedom units.
That made that less real.
There were many contributing factors.
Would that be a date with Blonde Blazer or Mandy?
Oh, I don't know. Which would you prefer?
Blonde Blazer.
And that's not a trap. I'm both of them. That sounds
Mandy.
weird out loud, but you know what I mean.
If I'm pressed, I think I'd prefer the girl from the other night. So yeah, Team Mandy for me.
Okay. I'll let you know when I come up with something.
Now she fucking hates me.
Can't wait.
Team Mandy, huh? Okay.
Have a good shift.
Fuck you, Robert. Puny dweeb.
Let's do this.
Time to max out sonar. I don't know. I don't feel like this is gonna be the team to discourage bullying all that effectively. Let's throw him in there anyway.
Quick heads up, Sona is in a mood this morning.
That way we can
Why?
go there
Miss a
instantly.
rabies shot or something?
Power was out at my place. Couldn't even check
Nice
up
and
on
easy.
my investments.
Oh no, the numbers that go up and down every day. You'll be fine.
I pray you
See,
never
nice
know
and
what
quick.
it's like to lose something.
Upcoming project.
Mystery and intellect. Send someone unassumingly strong. That's sonar.
My rejected
Easy
TEDx
solo.
San Antonio talk will finally get the recognition it deserves.
Goddamn right it will.
Sometimes reaching a certain point will have an effect. Like this one, which will guarantee a fail.
What? Guarantee a fail? But I've had a perfect day.
Look, if you wanted to grab dinner, all you had to do is ask.
Oh no! Oh, we're good.
You're not my type. That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me.
We got another sonar point, baby.
Half man.
We're going
half
crazy.
man, all freak.
I feel like I should just keep juicing down here. Where's my boy Royd at?
With the red ring. They run half the crime in the county. We were bound to bother them at some point.
Watch yourself. You poke the hive, you're gonna have to fuck the queen.
That's not how bees work.
You know what I mean.
I don't, actually. No one's
That's
trying
exactly
to
how
fuck
bees
Shroud.
work, actually.
But if we kill the queen, we rot the hive.
You would do that. Kill Shroud. 'Cause you
Hell
might get
yeah.
a chance. And you don't want to go in there having to think about it. You gotta know.
Shroud killed him, Chase. There's only one thing I can do.
You know that's not true. I'm not sure your dad would want it that way.
You're not sure. Should we ask him?
Yeah, get the Ouija board out.
Point taken.
We'll find a spiritual medium
Mecha
to
Man's
communicate
coming
with
back
him.
to life one patch at a time.
Give me something with intelligence.
Damn.
Okay, here we have to convince them.
I'm here to
There we
hustle.
go. Oh, the XP of this scenario will be 2x. This is the perfect tag team.
I have extra flashlights if people any takers. Okay, more for me.
I can hear your heartbeat. Sound like a fart on a car seat. And I can read your mind.
Wow, the lyrics are inspired.
Why are you out here?
What the fuck?
You want a drink? Sure.
Look, be honest. Am I going to make a fool of myself if I sing Whitney Houston?
Are you Whitney Houston?
No.
Then yeah, you will.
Fuck. Is it right?
Sonar!
For you.
Wait, it's kind of hard for me, but I know it was probably a by the books, bottom line kind of decision, but thanks. Oh, how cute!
Are you lost or something, bitch? Or you trying to get fucked up? A lot of bars around here, fool. Why'd you pick this one? You got a death wish, homie?
Just here, let's go get a drink.
No one's talking to you, fucking what the?
See, they finally gave you some arms that can reach your dick.
There's some people that want to talk to you, you piece of bitch.
Fair fight. Oh, wow. I got cooked. Sonar, help! Oh, shit. Oh, some of the songs are the same. Gotcha.
You wash your hands after touching all them filthy nutsacks? Thought he seemed salty.
Sonar, help! See, I knew there'd be a way to get Golem in here. What a good team we make. Oh, shit.
Yeah, we know this Robert guy is a front. Who are you? Really?
Ah, Mecha Man. Fuck you guys.
You're right. Front. This guy, Robert, is a mask.
I'm Tony Stark.
He's the guy who sits behind his desk, biding his time, dreaming of the day he gets back in the fight. I haven't told you who I was because I'm kind of starting to like you all, and I'm not sure you're gonna like the real me. But the difference between this team getting by and this team being great is trust. So you should get to know the real me.
On Phenomenon.
No fucking way. Can't be.
Could be. That's like a real superhero.
It is you. You little shit.
Sonar, thank you.
It's just a bit of water, dude. Come on. Wow.
Fuck you. Fuck all of you fucking fuckers.
What a fucking loser.
Thanks. You saved my life.
Yup. Thanks for the drink.
So, I expected to be burnt to a crisp by now, and I didn't plan any of this next part. Anybody else got something to say?
My name's Courtney.
Boo!
Nice to meet
Not
you.
as cool as Mecha Man.
Herm. Sometimes Herman or Hermie, but my grandma calls me Herm, so Herm.
My name's Victor. Oh, I forgot that's my real name.
I'm
I didn't remember that at all.
What smoke? Shut it down!
Uh-oh. Another failed protopulse. But this one's emitting anthrax. Sonar, do something!
It's locked down.
Oh, fuck, I'm on it.
Entertain Hobbs the cat while his owner is away. This has to be a Golem solo. So I don't have flambe. I don't even know what this would be. Ooh, it'd have to be charisma, right? So probably Sonar. Sonar can probably solo this. I'm just gonna do Golem though.
Alright, guy.
I think Golem can do it. Wait, why am I ones? These aren't typically ones for Golem, are they? Easy enough.
Hello? Yes, it's that time of month again. Send your finest over to clean my abode.
Oh, yikes. I really need Sonar not in bat form. I have a plan. I need another call to come through ASAP. Please. Good lord, please, give me another call. Fucking anything! Help Grandma across the street! Give me a call! Unlucky. That's tragic. Prism's my next best there.
I thought you said you
Tell me you soloed it, Golem. I need good news.
Night, everyone. Oh, I'm pretty fucking beat.
Oh, Golem, you've done it! What the fuck?
I'm good. I'll fly over in a bit.
I would like a ride.
I just hit the 33%. That's huge. Hey, Sonar! Oh shit. Oh god. Now it's gonna get complicated.
Can't shoot what you can't see.
Look, this is really great work, but doing this tonight is out of the question. Hitting a secure location like this is something they would handle downtown.
Are you kidding? There's enough firepower in this room to take down a fucking kaiju.
Oh no, don't make me choose sides here.
Please, y'all wouldn't make it.
Oh no, don't make me choose sides. I can't handle it.
Hey, no need for that. We take the day to plan it with downtown and hit the warehouse tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night? This thing's not gonna sit still for that long. If we don't grab it,
Fuck! Ah, we have to go tonight. We have to go tonight.
They're ready.
Blazer, I'm sorry.
Robert, no. It's not happening.
Fuck. There it goes. Now I'm just not getting any pussy. I
I
ruined it.
She said no. You understand that word, or has it got too many fucking syllables for you?
Why don't you go walk your ass around a mall, Grandpa? Heroes are talking.
You are no fucking hero.
Whoa, hey!
She named you Invisigal, you named yourself Invisibitch, and you had it fucking right.
Chase, you're drunk.
Damn,
You
Chase.
need to stop talking.
You want to get people hurt, get people fucking killed, then you need to go back to the team where you belong.
Hey, everybody just calm
I couldn't decide. I couldn't decide.
Crazy. She thinks she's like you, but she's not. Robert doesn't need to keep going out there with no powers, putting his life on the line to make up for assholes like you. He doesn't need to be Mecha Man to be a hero. You playing them, you playing yourself. You think you're invisible, but I fucking see you.
You don't know anything about me.
I know you're a liar, criminal. I know you're fucking dangerous. What else do I need to know? There. Now I know you're a coward.
Oh my god. Busy! Wait!
That was a nice uppercut. That bitch sent his ass.
So shots.
You're not dead.
Chase, are you alright?
That's enough for tonight. I'm sorry this turned into whatever just happened.
Hey, it's not ruined yet. I thought I fucking
One
ruined
word
it.
about what happened tonight fucking answers to me.
I thought I fucking blew
Got
it.
it?
I couldn't decide.
Visigal.
Yeah, so I might have to do that once a month.
Hey, his
or
eyebrows
so,
are back.
As a release of my hatred for you.
Like he was fated. So, obviously, I gave her the pep talk, you know. Like, that's all bullshit. You make up your own fate, yada yada. I don't even remember what I said, but I do remember thinking, oh, fuck. Yeah, that must have been hard. Like, if I didn't have you, you know, and my dad, where would I have ended up?
Behind a desk, just not at a superhero agency. You have no fucking powers, brother.
You're always good. That was always in you. It's what makes us different from a thief like her.
Okay, maybe if I can hack into the system, I can trace the energy signal. Check the manifest.
Something would be great. Yeah, let's start with something.
Man, she's doing so much more for me than Blonde Blazer ever has. But Blonde Blazer was so nice, and she never threatened to peg me.
Hey, there's a door to your left.
Fuck, it's locked. Feel free to take your time. Just catching up with some old friends.
I really hope Blonde Blazer comes and helps. Otherwise I'm gonna feel real stupid for my choice.
Got it.
Oh, I need the password.
Visigow, stop.
No!
Hey, Vizzy, stay calm. Your inhaler... Hey, Vizzy, he's just gonna keep fucking with you, but you don't give up, okay? Vizzy, you gotta fight. Please. Vizzy, hey, listen to me. You get up. Get up!
Beef, we gotta do something.
Keep up.
Oh no. Oh, that's tragic. He won't die, right? He's still got plenty of years. He didn't even run that far. No shot. He fought crime for years using his powers. There's no way he's dead. He's 40 with the body of an 80-year-old. I know, I just feel like... I feel like he could handle that, though. That was very short. Like, that run was super short. I don't think it would blow up his heart that quickly. I don't know, though. It probably did. God damn it, that was so good. Now we wait till next Wednesday. It's not often that a game actually surprises me. Usually I'm pretty good at watching a trailer for a game and having a pretty strong sense of if I'm going to like it or not. I always do approach them with open mind and open cheeks. I'm always willing to be, you know, proven wrong on my preconceptions coming in, whether it's positive or negative. If there's something I think I'm going to love but ends up being trash, I'm more than willing to take that on the chin, or vice versa. If there's something I go in expecting abominable dog shit, but then I get served a wonderful, tasty cuisine, I don't just stubbornly stick and cling to what I expected going in. Point is, like your mother's legs, I'm always open. It's very rare, though, for a game to completely blindside me, and that's what just happened with High on Life 2. I fucking hated the first High on Life. I despised it. There was pretty much nothing in that game I liked other than the idea behind the guns, because it reminded me of Oddworld. But everything sucked major ass. It sucked farts through a crazy straw. I couldn't stand playing it. It was janky. It was boring. The writing didn't make me laugh. None of the characters ever shut the fuck up for even a second. It was just unrelenting cringe, and I just felt like the game overall was a snooze fest. I didn't like anything about the first High on Life. And High on Life 2 gets announced, and it looked a little better, but I thought for sure there's no way this was going to win me over. There's no way I was going to like it. But since I play like every game ever made for my gaming channel, I give all of them a fair shake. I, of course, checked out High on Life 2. Much to my delight, the game actually slaps. But it has one unforgivable sin, and if you've seen any of the reviews, you already know what I'm going to mention: the performance. The performance of High on Life 2 for the vast majority of players is unforgivable. It shouldn't have released in this state. For a lot of players, it doesn't even work. And that is completely unacceptable. They should have given this a little bit more time to bake in order to iron out those performance issues that so many players have been having. I've read that they've gotten a little better for some people, but still that doesn't excuse releasing a broken product. So that, of course, is a non-starter for a very good reason for a lot of people. I, however, did not have those performance issues outside of like the occasional stuttering and 1 or 2 crashes. So I got lucky in that regard, but I also have a fucking monster of a PC. So I want to give you my thoughts on it, and if you want to see the whole playthrough, it's up on Moist Critical Gaming. Go subscribe. Basically every game ever made I'm playing over there. Anyway, High on Life 2 is such a significant improvement in every possible area over the first one. It is much more fun to play, and I think the main thing that contributes to that is their emphasis on movement. So in High on Life 2, you have a skateboard. You get it very, very early. And the skateboard is fun, it is fast, it gives you movement options, you get air dash, you get grinds and shit. There's a lot that you can do with the skateboard that makes the movement feel very, very fast, which is great. But it's not just that that's an improvement, so let's take it from the top. So, I actually cared about the story and the characters in this one, which I would have never expected going into this because I hated every character in the first High on Life. But somehow in this one, it works. They had like a complete overhaul of their approach to writing characters and writing jokes and just the world around High on Life 2, and it works so much better. The way I describe this game is a modern 360 title. Every second I spent playing High on Life 2, I felt like I was in middle school again playing the Xbox 360 with some kind of wacky, zany game. It was really, really creative, especially its boss fights. Like, there is a boss in here that shrinks down to Ant-Man size, and you have to follow him by following his coffee stains that he leaves behind, which isn't the most creative part, but what happens is, when you do take down his health bar, you do, throw him up against the lockers and shake him down for his lunch money. He has a phase 2, but not in the way you think. He infiltrates the game itself. So what he does is he gets inside of your suit, and your suit is your UI, it's your menu. So now you as the player have to fight him in your suit, meaning you fight him throughout your menus. So like he's fucking around with your sliders and stuff, and you have to like fight him with hitting him with the slider. He's messing around with like character dialogue because there's an option to turn it up or off, which that's a great quality of life feature there. And he turns it to ultra, so you immediately just start like, you get panicked because the last thing you want is every character to go back to like High on Life 1 level where they won't shut the fuck up. And he's like exploiting that, and you have to like fight him to stop him from doing that. It is so creative. And then there's so many like mini games in that fight. So like there's a section where you have to like chase him through like your face mask, and the only way to get him is like you have to stab yourself in the eye with knifey. And you're literally stabbing yourself while he's playing basically Donkey Kong. It's really creative is what I'm saying. They actually went kind of whole hog into just, fuck it, we're just going to send the silliest ideas and hopefully people like it. And I really appreciated that. I really like the vibe of just, here's a crazy little wacky boss fight with mechanics that really come out of nowhere and don't make any sense in a lot of cases, but are really fun to engage with like a ton of tiny little mini games within the fight. I really appreciated the creativity of things like that. And like I said, the story is already better, the characters don't talk as much, and the writing on them is better, so it's not as nauseating, it's not as eye-rolling. That's not to say everything hits, there's a lot of shits. There's a lot of jokes in here that definitely don't land, but for the most part, it's a lot better. It's a huge improvement in its writing. And another huge improvement is its gameplay. Like, it is much tighter. High on Life 1, I thought, was so janky and so slow, it was just a slog every time you got into a gunfight. Here, it's really enjoyable. They don't really change the formula all that much or anything, but with the addition of the skateboard making it faster, and also just the guns being fun to use here, like I think there's a lot of like creativity with the guns. Of course, you have like the trick hole things that you can use that change the way that you approach a fight. So like Creature, for example, you mind control an enemy, he'll fight with you for a while, and you shoot out his like kids that'll do damage and like start fighting the enemies for you. And you're skateboarding around the whole time, and you can fling your skateboard at people to hit them with it and do damage. The melee is kind of non-existent. Like there's not a whole lot to do with melee. You just swing knifey sometimes for a little bit of damage, so it's not like there's like a big, emphasis on melee or anything. But overall, the gunplay was better, the gameplay was tighter, and it was faster. So it's just a huge improvement across the board in its gameplay. Now, I do want to make it clear that doesn't mean that it's like the best gunplay you'll ever play in your life, but it is good. Like it's above serviceable. Like I enjoyed fighting things in the game. but it's very bare bones, and enemy variety is kind of non-existent, so you're fighting the same enemies a million times over and over and over again, and the upgrades you get for your guns are mainly like ammo count, damage count, and then there are occasionally like a couple of like tweaks to the guns that you can find through upgrades, which are, you know, appreciated. But for the most part, it's very simple stuff. Like, there's nothing overly deep about its gameplay or its mechanics. It's all very simple, but it's done well enough that it's enjoyable. Another nice thing about the game is there's quite a bit to do. So I spent 9 hours on it, and I only did one side quest. I didn't do like a whole lot of exploring or side quests. I did like a little bit, but not much. And I was looking into it. There is like actually quite a lot of meat on the bones here. There is a handful of like important stuff outside of the main story, and a lot of like really creative things as well. So like there's an escape room that you can do, which is completely optional. I didn't even find it in my playthrough, even when I was exploring. And it can actually change the entire ending. I don't want to spoil it. It's a very, very cool thing that can unfold. And there's a lot of things like that in High on Life 2. So if you're someone that really likes to get lost in a world and likes to see, you know, some things change as a result of choices you make, High on Life 2 actually has that, which again, I would have never fucking expected. The end of the game, a lot of choices I made throughout the game ended up playing a significant role. Again, I don't want to spoil it, because it's very, very creative in how it utilizes your choices at the end. It was impressive. Really, everything about High on Life 2 shocked me. Because again, I hated the first one, and I had no expectations at all with this one. And I was kind of blown away. Now, not to get like carried away here, the game isn't like, you know, a masterpiece or anything. It's still got plenty of flaws. And like I said, it is a very, very simple game. But I think that's what made me appreciate it so much. It really made me feel like I was playing like a 2009 Xbox 360 game that just unapologetically threw all kinds of quirky fucking ideas at the wall and just threw them all in a pot and, you know, popped this puppy out here. And some of it works, some of it doesn't. And I really enjoyed that. I really, really did. So, yeah, I wanted to just make a review on this one, because this is probably the most surprised I've been with a game in a while. It's not my favorite game of the year or anything. That still goes to Neo 3. But, man, was this delightful. That's really about it. So, yeah, I'm in a bucket hat. I'm enjoying it. I'm having fun. Now, a buddy of mine just sent me something that I can promise you no one's having fun with except for the people that were paid to promote it. It is called $1 Million Fan. It is a show which is pitching a $20 million prize pool for what seems to be a load of horseradish. And in case you were wondering, yes, that is an AI mansion on their front page of this contest. At least from everything I can tell, it's an AI-generated mansion. Which immediately should let you know that you're dealing with some high-quality content here. No reason not to trust that. I can't believe anybody would be pitched this and actually think it's legitimate. Like, it takes 3 seconds of looking on their website to smell the poop. It is unbelievably foul. Like, there is no world where this happens. To put in perspective that prize number, $20 million, that is significantly more than Mr. Beast's Amazon show, and would make it by far the highest grand prize pool in any kind of like reality game show history, pretty much. All for a, what I believe to be terrible concept for a show as well, about streamers' fans submitting clips and then I guess going to a mansion or something. I'm still a little confused because the information they offer is just fucking nonsensical. Like, I feel like I have to be on Fint to even begin to process the words that I'm reading in what is supposed to be a contest. So I want to go through this. I want to really get into the weeds here, because this is mind-bogglingly stupid. This is a special kind of scam that I just can't even picture someone falling for. Yet, some streamers have publicly promoted it. I'm assuming they were paid to do so by their talent agency, who was approached by whoever's behind the $1 Million Fan show to do this. So I imagine some people buy into it, which I can't wrap my noodle around that. This is like the Fire Festival of streamer shows, but even more outrageously fucking dumb. They have a streamers section here, and I'm guessing they were all paid to endorse this, and I know in Extra Emily's case, she just had a statement on her stream after her community was letting her know that they believe she had just promoted a scam to them with hawking $1 Million Fan Club. So we'll go over her statement here towards the end of the video. Checking in on the About Us section offers more questions than answers. It's so fucking useless here. You get about as much lore here as you do for the old Urgot League of Legends write-up, where it basically just said Urgot has a dark and mysterious past. So $1 Million Fan is a high-stakes reality television competition built around one simple idea: the fans deserve a seat at the table. Created at the intersection of modern creator culture and large-scale unscripted entertainment, $1 Million Fan brings everyday fans face-to-face with the creators they support, competing together in real-world challenges for life-changing prizes. This is not a meet and greet, and it's not passive fandom. It's participation, pressure, and performance. This feels like it's an AI-generated About Us section. Each season pairs selected fans with major online creators in a fully produced, on-location competition environment. Contestants are tested physically, mentally, and strategically across a series of escalating challenges designed to reward adaptability, teamwork, and resilience. The result is a show that feels authentic, unpredictable, and genuinely earned. $1 Million Fan is produced with the same standards as top-tier television professional crews, rigorous safety protocols, transparent rules, and a clear separation between entertainment and fair competition. No purchase is required to apply or enter. Fan participation pathways are designed to be accessible, compliant, and audience-first. At its core, $1 Million Fan exists to redefine the relationship between creators and their communities. Fans are no longer just viewers, they are competitors. Creators are no longer just personalities, they are teammates. Every moment is rooted in real stakes, real people, and real outcomes. This is reality television built for the internet generation, bigger, bolder, and centered on the people who made creator culture possible in the first place. So who the fuck are you, by the way? This is the About Us section, but you've only told us, like, I guess the elevator pitch on the show. Who is putting this on? Where is the $20 million coming from? Who is the professional television crew here working on this? Like, this is not providing any actual information about the team behind $1 Million Fan. That should immediately raise some red flags that they're not front-facing with who is even putting this on in the first place or where this prize purse is coming from. Their About Us section is fundamentally just like a high schooler that's cramming for a summer reading book report where they're trying to meet the word count. This should immediately be raising red flags and have you asking some questions like, why are they not being more forward with who is behind this? Is it the fucking Rockefellers? Like, whose identity they're protecting? The Elusive Man or something from Mass Effect? Like, where is this coming from? Who is putting this on and who is putting this together? This About Us section is nothing but meaningless fluff gobbledygook that doesn't actually answer anything or provide any real valuable information about this production and who's responsible for it. And then when you go further to their partners section, they have like a couple of brands listed here. Their 3 listed affiliates are Malwarebytes, Hide Me, and then that mystery affiliate in the middle there is StubHub. Have to click on it to find that information out. I was a little nervous that I was about to have my fucking identity stolen or something, clicking on a random image from a sketchy website that links me to something outside of it. And their Proud Partners section actually had me laugh out loud, audibly giggling, not just blowing air out of my nose. I literally laughed a hearty ho 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 like Santa Claus when I saw Livestream Fail is listed as a proud partner of $1 Million Fan. And so I went to the Livestream Fail, and they actually even had a big post announcing this to try and get people to sign up for it. So I guess they're like an official partner of $1 Million Fan. And I was reading the comments from like one of the mods there that was talking about it, and it seems like he's completely fucking clueless on what's even going on in regards to this whole thing. So I don't exactly understand their role in this, or like who's pulling the strings there. The puppet master at LSF that's partnering with $1 Million Fan, but the mods don't even seem to be on the same page there and don't have any real answers. Then going to IRL buffs is like going to a barren wasteland. This whole website is completely empty. It's like Squidward going to that room to be all alone. This feels like it's a prototype that was thrown together in like a handful of minutes just for the sole sake of existing on the $1 Million Show site. I'm pretty sure that's an AI-generated image there as well for their products like Anti-Tilt and Aimbot. Like, this whole thing is extremely sketchy to me. There's, like, no actual information on this website at all. It is just trash. And then their 3rd listed partner, the VGS Robot Wars or whatever, that doesn't go anywhere. You can click the image, but nothing happens. So when it says coming soon, it literally means coming soon. One of their partners, they're still Imagineering right now. They have the concept of a partner, but it doesn't actually exist. This whole thing, I truly don't know how anyone could be pitched this and just say like, oh yeah, I'll put my name on that. Now, I ended up making an account, Gilman Tookus. I used 10-minute mail, I set up my account, and it seems like there's a lot of monetization here. So you can buy some emote packs, up to $5.50 worth of creator emote packs, which give you 10 entries into the competition. But they do explicitly make clear numerous times, no purchase is necessary to enter, but kind of nudging you a little bit to maybe make a couple purchases. But you can't legally require a payment. You can't legally require someone to buy something in order to enter into some shit like this. So that's there to cover their own ass in the eyes of the law, but they do very much try and incentivize you to spend money here for the $1 Million Fan Show. Going to their official rules, I thought for a brief moment I was going to learn more about the sponsor here, but it's talked so vaguely that it sounds like a Destiny 2 raid boss. The sponsor, $1 Million Fan Reality Show Inc., referred to herein as $1 Million Fan or the sponsor, is a Canadian for-profit corporation operating as a technology and media company that organizes and promotes sweepstakes events. The sponsor operates sweepstakes and skill-based contest experiences and separately provides application review and casting evaluation services. Any producer fees are charged solely for administrative and evaluation services and are not entry fees or consideration for chance. Interestingly, they say the sponsor is a Canadian organization, but the domain, when looking it up on Whois, is registered in Iceland. I don't know, it feels a little odd. It felt peculiar. Maybe that's standard business protocol? Not really sure, but just thought it was something worth mentioning. Now, I bet you're scratching at your neck wanting more details on how to enter, and don't worry, they have this section here that's nice and convoluted. So, how to enter. A. TV show spots. The TV show selection will offer 2 different methods of entry with a total of 14 show participation spots available. 1. Sweepstakes entry, random draw, 7 spots. Participants may enter sweepstakes for a chance to win 1 of 7 show participation spots. Sweepstakes entries are available through 2 methods. Paid entry, donation method. Visit the Experience webpage and follow the donation entry process. Each confirmed donation will provide entries into the sweepstakes with the number of entries determined by the amount donated as indicated on the Experience page at the time of donation. Participants may donate multiple times and there's no limit to the number of entries per person. Yippee! Yeehaw, I can keep giving my money for a better chance at being on this imaginary television show. Then there's method 2, free entry, no donation requirement. Participants may also enter sweepstakes without donating. To do so, visit the Experience webpage and follow the free entry alternative method of entry. Each valid submission will count as 1 free entry into sweepstakes. Free entries are unlimited. Participants will submit free entry by mail, which I'm sure people can't wait to go by mail for their free entry. Then there's also 2, the contest entry. This is judge section, so this is outside of the sweepstakes. In addition to the sweepstakes, 7 show participation spots will be awarded through a skit-based contest. Contest entrants must submit an application and/or participate in the contest process as described in the Experience rules. Winners will be selected by a judging panel based on specific criteria, originality, creativity, skill, or other merit-based factors as outlined in the Experience rules. Contest entries will be judged by a qualified panel chosen by sponsor using the following weighted criteria: creativity 40%, originality 30%, skill or ability demonstrated 20%, overall impression 10%. The 7 highest scoring entrants will be selected as contest winners. In the event of a tie, sponsor reserves the right to conduct a secondary evaluation. Judges' decisions are final and binding. Now, let's assume that you do enter into this. You waive your right to basically everything, which this is standard. I saw some people calling this out as being like really alarming, but I don't think people ever really read terms and conditions. These kind of protection clauses are always baked into contracts these days. Not that I agree with the practice, but this isn't anything super new. This is probably boilerplate shit if I had to guess. So if you read through the entry conditions and release, if you bother to go through and read that, you'll find a lot of legalese that's there to kind of just protect themselves in the event that someone tries to pursue legal action against them. And this is baked into so many terms and conditions these days where companies just throw the kitchen sink in there knowing full well a lot of it's not like not enforceable, like it's not going to actually stick, but they throw it in there just because why not? They know people aren't going to fucking read it in the first place. And in a lot of cases, it gets overturned. Like, you can't just knowingly scam someone and say, look at the terms and conditions in section 117, you agreed that we could scam you, and if we did, you wouldn't be mad. There'd be no tears and there'd be no legal actions. You agreed, you signed right here by signing up. That doesn't work. So in this case, they're putting these protections in here that read about like how you can't pursue them for any like punitive damages and stuff like that as a way of just trying to protect themselves if in the event that this does end up being a scam, which I do believe that this event will never actually unfold in the way in which it is presented on this website. This whole thing, I think, is just complete fucking hogwash. But this section in particular here wasn't like super surprising to me like it was for a lot of other people. I kind of expected that that would be somewhere in their website as part of the terms of signing up, especially when you consider that the paid entries are non-refundable based on the available information I can find. It seems like those are non-refundable. So this being in there is trying to stop someone, like discourage them from coming after them in the event that this doesn't actually happen. Which, again, if you do get scammed by this, I don't think these terms protect them. I'm not a fucking lawyer, but I don't think it actually would really even do much in that case. Anyway, though, let's move on to the next component of this, which was Extra Emily's response when people were calling it out.
I know it's sus. I know it looks sus, okay? Mythic pitched it to me, and I was like, okay, sounds good, but I just don't want LSF to be part of it. Like, are you kidding me? Like, why is there an LSF person? Like they're like using, and they're saying like, oh, Emily is backing it up, and I'm like, I just posted it because I had to. Like, I had to be like, okay, I need to tell people about it. Pardon?
What do you mean you only posted about it because you had to? You didn't have to. You could have said no to this when they approached you. She makes it sound like it was an obligation she couldn't avoid. You didn't have to accept the deal. And she even talks about how she like didn't really look into it or anything, just said sounds good off rip. Why? Why wouldn't you even bother to take like a single peep at it? Especially when they're approaching you about a $20 million contest that uses your fans and you as like the face of it. That is inconceivable to me. And then she's like really surprised that the LSF team or I guess it's just like one person maybe on the LSF mod squad that posted that statement, she's surprised that they're saying she's backing it up. She's like, why would they even think I'm backing it up? Because you are! You are! You promoted it. That is you backing it up. You are on their website. What do you, like, I don't understand why that's not, like, registering.
But then the LSF guy's like, oh yeah, Extra Emily totally, like, backs it. I'm like, I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do, okay? So I don't know what's happening, but for now, just like put this like put on the side, okay? So I will get more information on it and then let you guys know. So yeah, but I promise I'm like not trying to scam you guys. I apologize, I didn't do more research beforehand, but I'm gonna have them do more research.
Then she'll keep them updated on all of that. Again, they are saying you're backing it up because you did promote it. You were on their website as one of the streamers that you can go in and be part of the fan sweepstakes for. The images that I put there of like the emote packages on my Gilman Tookus account, I did that through Extra Emily's portal on Million Dollar Fan. So they are saying she's backing it up because she agreed to this promotion. Now, do I believe Extra Emily was intentionally trying to scam her fans for a paycheck here? No. But as she said, she didn't do any research on it, and it doesn't, she's using the word research like this would have been some kind of Herculean undertaking in order to get down into the bare bones of it, the truth of the matter, when it actually would have just taken maybe 4 seconds of just typing in milliondollarfan.show and looking at the website. You are literally greeted with an AI-generated mansion. Like, it doesn't take much effort to have been pitched this and been like, all right, let me just check it out real quick before I say yes, and be like, oh, yep, this is fucking nonsense. This is barnacles. Again, I don't think she's a bad person who did this maliciously or anything, but this was so easily avoidable. and she's like surprised LSF is involved. LSF is on their website, proudly presented. Again, if she even just went to their website once, she would have seen that. She would have known. It's very clear she didn't even bother to type in the name of what she was about to endorse, which is why I believe this was probably some kind of paid promotion. I'm assuming Mythic approached her with this $1 million fan show pitch, as well as like what they're paying for the integration, and she just said yes to it without like a second thought, really. That's my guess. Now, I also want to yap about how surprised I am that her agency, like her management team, Mythic, would even bring this to her in the first place. Like, why they would even serve this up on the plate to the streamers to begin with. I feel like the agency shouldn't have even entertained this $1 million fan show pipe dream. There is no real information available on anyone even associated with this show that's apparently going to be on television based on their entry rules. It's going to be like a big budget reality TV show program somehow, somewhere with a professional crew, this and that. This is a multi-million-dollar production. Like, based on everything they're talking about in their About Us section, this sounds like this would be like an $80 million like produced show with a $20 million prize pool, which is unheard of. Absolutely unheard of. And yet there's no real information available on it. I don't see why Mythic would even take this offer and present it to the streamers with so little available on it. This feels like a very fraudulent show that is now being put out to streamers here as a potential endorsement. So I'm surprised that Mythic even served it to them to begin with. But again, I think it was so easily avoidable for the streamers that are listed here to just like type in that show, like look at it for even a second and be like, yeah, this is fucking garbage. This isn't real. I'm just surprised that it's at this point now where there are potential victims here. There are potential fans of Extra Emily or the Botez sisters or S-Fan or someone that maybe saw this with their name on it and been like, oh, this sounds incredible. $20 million? I'll do a free entry. I'll do a submission here. Well, actually, maybe I'll do a paid entry, get the emote package to support the creators too, and give me some more entries for a better chance of competing in it. And like, it's sad. It's just fucking sad. Because again, I don't think this is real at all. I feel like there's very few people out there that would go to that website and walk away with a positive impression that this is something on the horizon. It doesn't seem feasible at all. Would love to be proven wrong though, I suppose. I guess we'll see. Anyway, I had to yap about this. That's really about it. See ya.